Nou, felicitaties. Het is toch geen 1 juli of wel? Dus, nee, tuurlijk weet ik het. How is my sound? Yes, my sound is okay. Good morning. We're starting a couple of minutes late. Good morning, Mark. Not because we made it late. You know, it's from we anticipated from dusk till dawn because it was the longest day. We purposefully planned this FAR conference on the 20th and 21st of June because it's the longest day and the shortest night. So then, of course, the day after the longest day, you kind of get depressed, right? Because then it's closer to Christmas than it's to summer, so to say. But I miscounted. Like, you know, this is the Lustrum FAR conference. It's the 5th live conference. It's the 7th conference. It's the 7th year of FAR. So I'm having trouble with numbers, and I have trouble with dates, because it was not actually yesterday it was the longest day. Today is the longest day. So we have the shortest nights still to come, right? So if you want to get get depressed tomorrow, right? So talking about depression, this is where we ended yesterday with the shocking news from the research on going concern opinions by Chibbe Bosman and his colleagues, where we found where he presented shocking numbers that of those firms that go bankrupt, hardly any file a financial statement the year or the years before, right? So talking about missing information, talking about signals of potential bankruptcies. And he also said that the filings in the Netherlands are not enforced and not correct. And remember, he's a German auditor too, so that was kind of double shocking. But we also had highs yesterday. Before Chibbe, we had the busy season talks, talking about the purpose of the profession, and the first busy season talks with live audience. I think that's also worth marking. Before that, and Jasmine already put it out on LinkedIn this morning, to be a good auditor, you need to be grumpy and careful. That was the lesson of Lena and Jerry. Before that, we had Marleen, where she convinced us, or tried to convince us, that auditors also need some commercialism, right? And not only technical skills. And we started with the need for judgment and decision-making for auditors trying to find more fraud. That's what our external regulator, Hans-Ove van Beuskom from AFM, told us yesterday. So I think it was already a very good day. We ended with the barbecue, and the instructions, right, left, were followed very well, even although I missed saying what the actual location was. I didn't miss many people. So let's go to today. Again, we have research, community building, and knowledge sharing today. Like the 3 objectives of the Foundation for Auditing Research. Doing research in the drivers of good audit quality. And like I showed yesterday, FAR is working with 30 universities. 80% of FAR's funding until now went into research and research-related activities. And I think that's also worth marking. And that's all with our main objective, and thank you, Mark, for coining this. I think it was you, that FAR is trying to get some real answers. I like that as our new mission, well, not a rephrased mission statement maybe. In terms of community, yesterday it was very good to have a live conference again and have the community here in the room. And we also waved or applauded to our youngest generation, the PhD students. Like we talk about 12 students currently, and 5 already graduated. That is the future generation of auditing research, and that's why we put them front and center on our booklet, right? Is Sebastian here today? I don't know. Oh, where are you? Wave, Sebastian. You're on front of the booklet, and Lena is on page 2. You know, so a bit younger, but you're still young. I'm sorry, Sam.
You can't say this.
Oh, I can't say this. Okay. And Jan is also there, also a bit younger. Knowledge sharing, I think we achieved our effort yesterday. I invited you to put in your extra effort to go beyond the social experiment and really talk to each other, academia and practice. And I think we achieved some yesterday. And I would like to continue doing so today. So again, a warm applause for all of you who want to put in the extra effort for a real knowledge exchange between academia and practice. So now let's get going for day 2. And I'm very honored to announce Yasmine Chahed. And I have, again, a dilemma. I have 2 intros. One is a kind of a formal intro that Yasmine provided to me, and one by Jan. And of course, I am still a CPA, but not practicing, so I kind of did a marginal check, you know, whether these resemble, and I decided to start with Yasmine's.
Okay, that's not a good sign.
Dr. Yasmine Chahed connects the worlds of academia, policy making, and practice to deliver insights that matter. Her academic work combines insights from 15 plus years of independent research and teaching at the London School of Economics, Alliance Manchester Business School, and top-ranked European universities. Outside the university, Yasmine collaborates with regulators, leading global professional service firms, professional institutes, senior executive, technical teams, and academic institutions to deliver high-impact strategic initiatives, technical policy and change programs across corporate reporting, governance, auditing, and ESG. Okay, that's a mouthful. Yasmine has recently contributed to key policy, and that's also what FAR's ambition is, to provide academic insights into policy development, including the Beijen review for the UK government, the Financial Reporting Council, Future of Corporate Reporting project, and commissioned FRC research on climate scenario analysis in the FTSE 350. She is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, Technical Strategy Board, and the Non-Financial Reporting Committee. So that's her formal bio. Now, Jan was, of course, more charming and said, her thinking focuses how audits contribute to society at large, and her thinking is therefore appreciated a lot by audit institutions and by policymakers, such as the FRC, who seek her help when preparing for new policies. Yasmine thinks, if I may say, this is the words of Jan, in the ecosystem of auditing. And this is also important because this is where our research agenda is developing. We're not only looking at audit firms, but increasingly to the entire corporate reporting and assurance supply chain. And it is for this reason that we very much look forward to listen or to interact and to discuss based on your speech and the discussion we subsequently will have. Yasmine, may I invite you to the floor? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to FAR for inviting me to give my views on the regulation of audit from a distinctively UK perspective in my case. Now, many of you might recall the dramatic moment about 4 years ago when a British MP told KPMG and Deloitte, and I quote, "I would not hire you to do an audit of the contents of my fridge." This damning remark came during a tense select committee hearing as MPs questioned the judgments shown by the 2 auditors at the center of the Carillion collapse. The firm went into receivership in early 2018, owing its creditors £1 billion and over £4 billion to its suppliers and pension fund, and leaving 18,200 people worrying about their future employment. This debacle was just one of several high-profile company failures that highlighted how auditors failed at apparently the most basic tasks, like counting cash or distinguishing assets from liabilities or spotting large-scale fraud. It was an industry-wide problem, In the same year, PwC was fined a record £10 million for its audit of the collapsed retailer BHS. Grant Thornton paid more than £2 million in fines for, and I quote again, a serious lack of competence in its audits of the cake chain Pâtisserie Valerie. And when Thomas Cook came down crashing later in 2019, the spotlight just shifted to EY. In their defense, most of the auditors usually gave an outpouring of commitment to do better next time. But over the years, such weak responses, coupled with the failure of auditors to notice the warning signs of business collapses, precipitated a crisis of trust that led not only to the UK government, but also investors and many other stakeholders call for a root and branch review of the UK audit sector. But of course, crises of trust are not new. And I guess if I ask for a show of hands who remembers the crisis of trust in another geography, we will see many hands. But unlike before, in 2018, the UK government was determined to take matters into its own hands. To drive reform, it commissioned not just one or two, but 3 independent reviews to inform legislative changes. One into the future of the audit regulator, a second into the statutory audit market, and a third into the quality and effectiveness of the audit itself. That third review was led by Sir Donald Brydon, an experienced FTSE 100 chairman from the City of London. And as an academic and policy expert, I was invited to join Sir Donald's review team. The 3 reviews took just under 2 years to complete, and together they produced over 150 specific recommendations for change. The sheer amount of those recommendations was already a stark reminder of the complexity of the entire system, or as many like to call it, the audit ecosystem, which covers not just audit, but all areas of corporate governance and corporate reporting. Now, those recommendations were published in late 2019. We had to be very patient because only last month the government belatedly responded by repeating its commitment to holistic reform. Now, speaking of depression earlier, commentators are already disappointed because there's still no legislative timetable to actually implement those recommendations. Now, the big question, of course, is, does this lack of progress matter? Not really, if you ask me, because none of the legislative proposals put forward last month directly addresses the need to deliver what we might call better audits. Instead, the government has made it clear that it wants to legislate directly in relation to audit only in 3 areas. First, in relation to the audit market, by demanding FTSE 350 companies to hire a second auditor from a so-called challenger firm pool to do at least parts of their overall audit. Second, in the organization of audit firms, by giving the regulator the powers to enforce operational separation between the audit and non-audit arms of multidisciplinary firms. And third, through the creation of a new and more powerful regulator. Now, the next question then, of course, is whether the government's interventions can address the fundamental concerns that gave rise to these calls for audit reforms in the first place, like auditors failing to challenge management effectively, or insufficient competition and choice in the audit market, or lack of auditor concern with long-term resilience and kind of complex fraud risks. Now, I spoke about the audit of your fridge comment by the British MPs. In my opinion, an audit of your fridge under the new legislative proposals would now be clearly split between 2 firms. Both would have new governance arrangements overseeing their strategy, pay, and also training arrangements for auditors. But one is most likely a little bit too short to reach up to the higher shelves of your fridge. That new audit will also follow a very highly documented process that will undoubtedly confirm what you have in your fridge, and it will give you reasonable assurance on use-by dates. But then, is that audit of your fridge in any ways more informative than the audit you had before? Does it tell you whether you have everything you need in terms of ingredients, skills, equipment to produce a nourishing meal? Or whether you have the money to pay for the electricity to keep the fridge running in the long term? So, in other words, the problem with those proposed legislative changes is that no amount of change to audit firm governance, the audit market, or regulatory oversight can deliver what is really needed by society in terms of better audits. Perhaps not surprisingly, some say that 4 years of audit reform debate in the UK only produced much ado about nothing. But I'm an optimist, and I'm really optimistic here. I see real opportunity in those parts of the government's response that do not require primary legislation. And we're speaking of 190 pages of government response, so there's a lot in here. And that outlook, my positive outlook, is very much led by my experience on the Beijen review. Because it was Beijen's absolute conclusion that any reform package starts with a clear vision of the social purpose of audit. And I totally agree that the scope and practices of audit cannot remain static. This is especially true as it's now widely accepted that the purpose of business is not remaining static either, it's shifting. And with those shifts, the sources of risk and value are changing too. They are becoming more non-financial, more outward-looking, more long-term. Now, suppose an audit was to match the redefined purpose of business in a kind of stakeholder capitalism environment. We could think of audit as far as carbon auditing or valuing nature. But then, of course, let's be honest, today's audits are hardly any different to those performed 70 years ago. They are still narrowly focused on attesting the truth and fairness of a backward-looking set of financial accounts. But if audit is indeed a public interest function, then the scope of an auditor's work in the 21st century must clearly go further. It must respond to what users need from an audit to give them the confidence in the economic decisions they make. Now, with this in mind, coupled with the results of an extensive stakeholder listening exercise, Beijen suggested that the definition of an audit's purpose should be reframed. And it should be, and I'm quoting again, to help establish and maintain deserved confidence in a company, in its directors, and in the information for which they have responsibility to report, including the financial statements. And I'm adding, not exclusively focused on the financial statements. This is where you see how much of a geek I am, because I have to admit I jumped with joy when I saw the government's continued endorsement in its response of Beijen's proposed purpose, and that it should guide all regulatory work and all market activity, even if not formally enshrined in law. So there's a clear commitment for that purpose statement. Now, from my perspective, the adoption of such a clarified purpose of audit, led by real stakeholder needs, can produce the radical change that was envisioned by the audit reformers when they called for restoring trust in audit and corporate governance. And that's not just my view or Sir Donald's view. And those who have studied kind of the history of audit reform will be very aware that similar calls for rethinking the scope and purpose of audit have resurfaced at least over the last 30 years. So starting from that perspective, I'd say maybe it's time to pick those ideas up. So how do we then embark on this journey of what we might call real reform? This is where I brought you one slide. I personally like to think of this as a kind of dynamic process that follows along very conveniently 5P. In this case, purpose, principles, practice, profession, and public interest. Now, purpose comes first, because we need to adopt a broader purpose statement as an impetus for action that transforms the way we approach and think about audit and the way in which we conceptualize what an audit is. Because instead of constantly trying to fix a 70-year-old version of audit, we should examine why audit matters to society today and tomorrow. And if you listen carefully, it is clear that society wants an audit function that indicates the deserved confidence of the whole company. Now, next, to enact that broader purpose, we should support a principles-first approach. Principles allow us to think more creatively about what an audit could be and what wider judgments it should entail to deliver more confidence than standard procedures. Because after all, if auditors want to be seen as a true profession, they really should behave like one. And behaving like a true profession also means embracing the uncertainty of change. Embracing the uncertainty of change becomes a little bit easier when we focus on the third P, practice. My suggestion is, instead of having endless rounds of consultations in which every party is pressed to present an ideal solution to a problem, we should give auditors an opportunity to really roll up their sleeves and demonstrate in practice what they think they could do differently or better, given their current or potential future skills, to serve the public interest. For example, we could ask, what would an audit look like that increases directors' accountability around ESG, or around value creation in the longer term, or around impacts? How might an auditor play a role in detecting, but potentially also preventing complex fraud, maybe even in a cyber environment? And where can an auditor support those who have to deal with the unavoidable uncertainty in assessing a company's long-term resilience? What you get then is kind of a market for actioned ideas. And that market for actioned ideas also invites more open-mindedness about who can be an auditor and who can help establish and maintain deserved confidence. And this will mean that we can now start to embrace both old and new suppliers of auditing or assurance services who can provide clients with the best solutions to confidence problems and create actual competition and choice in the audit market. Now, from thinking about practices, which is effectively the doing of auditing, we can then continue to think about the profession and look at what implications that might have for reforming the profession. Again, from my perspective, if we can embrace innovation around a broader concept of auditing, we can also create a much more vibrant audit profession. And what really struck me in the conversations yesterday was that we had some contributions where the speaker would very clearly specify, well, I'm saying this, but I'm not an auditor. So in this new world, everybody could be an auditor, no matter what their background or skills are, as long as they are involved in this confidence-producing activity. So with that, you can have a more vibrant audit profession. You can have one that integrates and connects diverse skill sets. And you can also boost the attractiveness of the profession for current but also future talent, which is one of the really big challenges. Because at least in my experience, graduates really want to know what our profession is contributing to society. So we should be able to answer that question. If we take it one step further, such purpose-led actions will also change the outlook on what it means to deliver audit quality in the public interest. In the UK Business Secretary's own words, and I'm quoting again, Effective corporate reporting and audit ensures investors and the public can assess the health of large companies. It is crucial to supporting confidence in business, encouraging investment and growth, which in turn helps create jobs. So in a way, these are the yardsticks for better auditing. Now, finally, and to conclude, and also to set the scene for the discussion, where I'm very curious to hear your views, I would like to see all of us to spend more time being curious and also experimenting. Because other professionals already have very well established kind of regulatory lab types or sandbox environments that help them overcome persistent blockers to change. In these environments, different parties are brought together to work out, in collaboration, solutions to persistent problems. And sometimes that can mean defining what the problem is in the first place. And of course, that creates an opportunity for academics to be more involved. But in addition, such experimentation and road testing of ideas also creates opportunities for regulators who are keen to oversee innovations and who are keen to support their effective testing and diffusion. It is also an opportunity for audit firms to be more proactive and to show where society can get more value for money from an audit. And for governments, a more experience-based approach to change can provide much needed evidence to guide meaningful legislation and, most importantly, to get it over the line. Thank you very much.
So we have ample room for discussion. So who would like to open with the first question? Any fingers? Yeah, yes. Petra or Michael? Where's the mic? Oh, here. Petra.
Thank you very much for
Maybe
this.
it's good to call your name.
Oh yeah,
also.
of course.
Yeah, thanks.
My name is Petra Tiemstra from PwC. Thank you very much for your introduction about this. It's really interesting. You mentioned something about that other industries are further with the sandbox perspective. Can you share a little bit which industries that are?
Yes, certainly. So what we see, and actually it's a global phenomenon, so it's not limited to the UK, but we see that there as well. In financial services, there is a lot of work done in this space, and I'd say turn your eyes to what is being done in financial services, including regulation, to see how these regulatory sandboxes have been established, developed, how they bring together different players, how they also create certain security or at least comfort for those providing those services. So that's one very good example. What we also have in the UK, but also at the European level at EFRAG, is a so-called lab environment that's not specifically focused on auditing. At the moment, it's mostly focused on corporate reporting. But again, in that environment, in that financial reporting lab, the idea is to create a safe space for both companies, preparers, and investors to work out ways of dealing with very complex reporting problems. And I mean, as we all know, standards can be drafted in very detailed form. There can be additional guidelines, but we might still not know what good looks like. So that's an opportunity to really figure that out and also have that feedback mechanism into then the regulatory and policy discourse to say this is what works. And at least from my perspective, I'd say that environment really helped accelerate the TCFD debate in the UK context and generate more acceptance for doing something completely different.
Okay, thanks. Michael.
Yeah. Hello. Michael Ridder, board member of the VAR. If I listen to your story, and I'm not privy to the details of all the Biden advices, but if I listen to 190 pages of stuff to be dealt with and 3 regulatory reforms, and I listen to you telling this story, it more or less, to me, it comes across as we did all that work, but you know, if we really want to change, this is what we need to do. So, I mean, did we really say this? And isn't it then the message that should be on stage? I mean, you do it now, but I mean, it comes across as all the other things are not so relevant because this is what we need to do.
Very well spotted and very good point. I mean, there were many commentators, not just me, who said government was going about audit reform the wrong way by starting with audit market and the audit regulator. And effectively, it should have started with the concept of audit in the first place, so that we agree first, what do we mean when we talk about an audit? What are we trying to achieve? And then we can think about the reform. In fact, when you read the Beijen review, so it has kind of 64 blue boxes with individual recommendations for change. But when you read it very carefully, it becomes clear that the whole report includes only one call for action. And that's the call to rethink the purpose of audit and make sure we all agree on that purpose. And the rest, all those detailed recommendations are almost like a roadmap, like a manual. If you want to do that, those are all the areas you might want to look at. Here are things for the audit profession to do. Here are things for directors to do. Here are things for the legislator to do. And here are things for investors to do, because they play a part as well.
Is that concept then embraced by the government in the UK?
In a way, yes, and that makes me very, very optimistic. I think it's less so embraced or picked up by commentators, but if you read the government's response consistently, it has acknowledged that idea, the importance of thinking about the broader purpose of audit. It very much embraces the idea that there should be a wider audit kind of offering, but it is also very clear in saying it's not up to us to legislate or to mandate. It's up to the market to develop that, as you would kind of develop new products in other markets as well.
Thank you.
Yep. There you go. May I throw it? You don't mind? You go.
All right. Thank you very much. Very interesting. And you mentioned, well, and I like your bravery saying, yeah, it's all great, these reports, but there's only one action out of it, and more needs to be done. To what extent, because this, and often the auditors are the subject of investigation, and reform is often actioned towards what auditors and how auditors need to change, but to what extent do we need to look for a broader ecosystem solution? Because it is not only the auditors, so what is changing at the preparers, what is changing throughout the ecosystem that also need to change in tandem with it to get the maximum leverage?
Yeah, and that's absolutely imperative. And I'd say that that notion of the audit ecosystem is really picking up, so there are more players involved. And of course, it's one thing to say everybody has to do their fair share, and then being very precise and concrete about what that might be. So again, that reform package consists elements that are confined to primary legislation. There will be more in secondary legislation, very much focused on reporting by directors. So new reporting requirements will be out there. And that includes a very interesting construct called the audit and assurance policy, where effectively companies are invited to be much clearer about the areas where they seek additional assurance, which we don't see right now. So it's a very pragmatic approach to saying just bring more transparency to that space, which can then help other factors to develop. Again, setting up a new regulator with different powers is a key element. The focus on the profession is very important, so that's very much being taken forward. But again, not through legislation, but the professional institutes are invited to rethink. Do we associate our auditors only with us as accountants, or do we invite others in? So it's a whole kind of holistic package covering many areas. But the invitation is to start thinking from the why. Why are we doing this? Why does it matter, especially in the public interest?
Anyone at this point? Yep. Please. Okay.
Hi, my name is Frank, and I'm with Deloitte. Thank you for your presentation. Just one question, and it is the following. It seems to me that somehow your presentation somewhat conflates the performance gap with the expectation gap. Can you reflect on that maybe?
Yeah, so I think one thing that is critical to Beijen is the absolute rejection of that expectation gap as a starting point for the conversation. So he said, let's take one step back. Let's ask first, what are the expectations? And then see where are the gaps and how might they be closed. So instead of spending a lot of time conceptualizing the gap itself, he said, okay, apparently that gap persists. Let's do something different to think about how we can close it. And this is where his proposition comes from. Let's think about or ask stakeholders, what do you expect from an audit? Let's go through that exercise and really ask people, what do they want? And of course, a very important insight was, you ask people, what is an audit? What do you expect from an audit? You get 100 different answers, which means there's not the expectation gap. There are always different expectations, which then points you in a direction where you have to think about, okay, how can audit become more responsive to those different expectations? What would it take? What would it allow to open up that concept to, perhaps in the case of company A, be more responsive to expectations around X, but in the case of company Y, be more responsive around expectations relating to something else. And that's the starting point. So this is where he invites this conceptual rethinking. Start with that broad purpose, which is universally applicable. He proposes one concept of the purpose. We can all agree on a different one. If we think the right purpose for audit in the 21st century is to check that the financial statements are fully compliant with international accounting standards, fine. But we have to discuss it, we have to agree on it. If we don't agree on it, let's open up, and then ideally the expectation gaps, no matter what nature, should begin to resolve themselves.
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Yes.
Yeah. One follow-up question would be, so if we address the expectation gap, like you just explained, how would that then solve the issues that you started out with, which are clear illustrations of the performance gap, right? Situations in which the auditors were not able to deliver what is expected of them performance-wise. So we have a clear set of criteria, and somehow we fail to meet these. So I'm not sure how, if we expand our set of services, and well, you related to ESG reporting and other kinds of information that we, in some way or another needs assurance over. So if we expand that set of services, how does that make sure that we deliver the level of performance that is expected of us, that we, as you illustrated, oftentimes don't meet already right now?
Yep, very good point. And this is where the combination of the different elements really matters. And in that space, the most important part is around principles and professional principles. And we had the discussion yesterday about kind of the tension between thinking in more commercial ways and in more professional ways. And one key element which the Beijen report identified of being a professional is acting in a very principled way. So again, he proposes a set of principles that might guide the profession in their work, which is almost like principles before standards. And one key principle is to act in the public interest, which in itself should address some of these kind of gray areas around performance and quality.
Yes. Thank you, Joost van Buren, Nijrode University. Very interesting view on new developments. There's an interesting concept in this Beijen report, and that is the concept of deserved confidence. So, what exactly is that, and to which extent does that introduce a new expectation gap?
Again, it's all about opening up that notion of expectation gaps. It's almost like a very, very technical way. If you think about the kind of confidence notion we have right now, it's a very calculated way of thinking about confidence. This one is broader, so it embraces confidence as something that also being more about kind of uncertainty, the longer term. So it really recognizes that the confidence that stakeholders seem to be demanding from an audit has a slight nuance to what they currently get. So when we say under the current regime, well, we gave you confidence in line with the standards, it's apparently not that kind of confidence which is really expected from that societal purposeful audit function. So that term is already an invitation to kind of open up your thinking and asking exactly those questions. What do we actually mean? What is confidence in an audit?
There's a question.
Yes, thank you, Yasmin. Thank you for an inspiring appeal for real change. And I was also inspired by you saying academics, well, you didn't say even, but
No.
academics can be auditors. I would also turn it around that auditors can also be good academics, right? And I'm wondering, one of the objectives so far is, of course, the collaboration between science and practice to academically inform policy and professional developments like you present here. How does that collaboration look like in the UK? Can you shed a light on that?
Well, first of all, I wish there was much more. So if you're speaking to your UK colleagues, please encourage them to do much more. But I'd say there's already a very good dialogue happening. And I mean, if I can point at one of my colleagues from Manchester, Brendan, what is your perspective on where are we in the dialogue between practice and academia?
The Netherlands is 10 years ahead. The dialogue here is much, much more sophisticated, in my view. I live in the Netherlands, so I follow this very carefully. I research this. It's much more sophisticated. It's actually much more strident as well, in that the profession takes the academics more seriously, in my view, and have greater respect for them. There's greater mutual respect here as well, while there's a lot of critique as well. I think there are certain individuals in the UK who have had a huge influence, like Chris Humphrey and yourself when you were in LSE, but I really do think the UK is well far behind the Netherlands. Yeah, that's my view.
Yep.
One view.
It's a view. Thank you. Yes, Chris.
Yeah. My name is Chris Fontaine. Could I take this opportunity to ask you about the political environment? Am I right in assuming that the original proposals by the government in Beijen have been diluted to a very large extent? And what happened? Is it politics? Is it lobbying? Is it industry? Is it the audit profession? In my own words, what went wrong? Because I think there's not much left now if you really read through the lines. Could you perhaps comment on that? Maybe you disagree at all, but that is my sort of view on what happened in the UK.
Yeah, it's a view shared by many commentators. So, for example, there was an expectation of having mandatory UK SOX. That is not coming. Again, I'm an optimist, so I'd say, okay, we're not getting mandatory UK SOX, but we got the message, a very clear message that this is what is widely expected. So if government is not putting it into the Companies Act, are there different ways of delivering, or otherwise look back in 10 years and have the next review? Another point, politics, etc., is certainly one aspect. And I mean, we all read the press, so we get certain kind of messages that come through in terms of where the thinking is around audit reform. But I think another point we also have to admit, it's just very difficult, because you start thinking about a fix here, and then you undo what you already fixed there. So things are all interconnected. As you said, it's a whole system. It's really hard to sit down and strategically lay out the plan. This is how we'll do it. This is how we'll do it differently. This is how it will work. These are the costs. These are the benefits. And then we get to a new place. So this is where I'm inviting to be more open to experimentation and try things out. Is there a different way of approaching a certain aspect of an audit? Can we work with a regulator? Can we have not just the dialogue, but also the doing together and show what might be possible differently? And the same for directors. What could they do?
This is, I'm afraid, all the time we have for this session, and I can see that they are. We call it hanging on your lips, right? It's totally silent. Everyone is really concentrated, listening. So I would like to thank you very much for this introduction. Also, you know, entertaining these questions that were actually quite conceptual. So really thanks for that. And we have a little present. Yeah. Not to whack. No, it is actually to present. Cheers to your guests.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
really enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right. You. Yeah, we go to the pen. Okay. So the next session is on, and I'm very proud to present our next panel. That is going to be here. Edo is sitting here. Marlies, and Chris. Marlies and Chris and Fontijn and Agnes Koops is here as well. Martin just let us know that he can't make it today. So Martijn Bos is not going to be able to make it today. We just got this message. I don't know what's going on, but he just had to call off. So may I invite you over here? So please have a seat, wherever you want to sit. Thank you.
Wat lijkt die bedoeling?
Nee, dat ik een stoel had. Nee, dat geef ik niet. Ga maar lekker zitten, Ga lekker zitten. Ik ga naast jou zitten. Let me first introduce the team that we have here, or the panel better. Edo Kienhuis, PwC, but now AASB member, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm always inclined to say IASB, but sorry. I'm very, it's very nice to have you here and to have this discussion today, Edo. And then we have Chris Fontijn, and Chris is, of course, is one of the quarter makers in the Netherlands, and together with Marlies. And Marlies de Vries, and she's also one of the quarter makers, and they let themselves know in the Netherlands. They are very well known up until the European Union, because you were there as well, right, recently. So you make yourself famous. And of course, you have Agnes Koops. We have to first congratulate Agnes, because you've been appointed as the chair of PwC recently. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really great achievement. Well, I actually asked an impossible question to this panel, and the question that I asked has everything to do actually with, I would say, deserved confidence and how you achieve that. Has everything to do with how do you matter in the eyes of society, but what is society then? And has to do with actually, how do you produce this confidence? And the question that I asked is that you, as an accountant, can take three positions. One is to be extremely tough and conservative, which means, if there is a loss only looming there, there's a loss in the profit and loss account. If there is a profit looming, there's no profit. The profit is there if it is really realized. And there's no discussion whatsoever anymore on what this profit is. So that is a tough, fully conservative accountant. The second possibility is that you have an essentially conservative accountant. And that accountant, or that auditor, is a little bit more accommodating. So in some cases, the firm might be a little bit too forthcoming in recognizing profit, and sometimes they are lucky, and in other cases they are not, because the auditor says, no, this is not good enough. The third is that the auditor is fully accommodating, and when we follow the discussion that also Brendan was referring to, right, sometimes in the Netherlands, sometimes that's the assumption, right, that auditors are fully accommodating and actually are not looking really at the accounts well enough to actually make an assessment about that. And the question that I asked this panel is, where are we? Are we fully tough, conservative? Are we essentially conservative? Or are we accommodating? And so where are we? And of course, also in the realm of the question that was asked by Jasmin, right? Where should we be, right? Where should we be if we are to be deserving our confidence? And so I would like to ask Edo, if you don't mind, to give his view on this. I know, yeah. So I'm really curious about what your view on this is.
Okay, is this thing on? Do I need to turn it?
Is the mic working? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, interesting question, Jan. I'm sitting here as a standard setter, and in a way, I'm a bit offended by the three options. So there are no three options. So the quality of the standards, and particularly this area, would be an area where you're speaking of significant estimates. So if management wants to take some wiggle room, that's typically around the areas where there's estimation uncertainty and an opportunity for bias, subjectivity, complexity, etc. Not too long ago, we've updated 540, which deals with significant estimates, and well, I do hope to see some academic studies on the effects of it, but that was a major quality push towards auditors obtaining probably a more neutral view. They need to obtain audit evidence about the reasonableness of the significant estimates in the accounting framework sense. So the standard is of course asking for more robust risk assessment procedures where they look into a number of inherent risk factors, subjectivity, management bias, one of them. The standard is, well, I'm going to say, littered with elements of professional skepticism. Wordings have changed, so it's much more challenging, questioning, professional mind skepticism throughout, not just at the planning area, but also as you execute. Because if you think about these significant estimates and where there's wiggle room, you do need to have a firm grasp of the assumptions that management is using, their method, their data, etc. And then sort of to top it off at the end, we're requiring a stand back. Well, having done all this work, does it still make sense? Does it still feel good? Not only for this estimate, but also for the estimates in its totality. So that is where I want the auditors to sit. I fully appreciate, and we'll get some other views around the table, of the practitioners, etc., but that is the more standard setting perspective.
In your view, are we becoming more conservative then?
No, I think with this standard, it should level the playing field more. I think you would have been to some extent dependent on the mindset of the auditor, where you do have differences in personality. We've had that yesterday, or in commercial pressure. I can see all of that coming in, so I understand the three positions. It's not what we're steering for.
So we're leveling out more these style differences that people might have, and you will discover them, and then you will.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for, of course. So that's the purpose of setting standards and updating the standard.
Okay, that's interesting, and keep that in mind also with the questions. Marlies, may I ask you to?
Yeah, of course, Jan. And we decided that we divided our. So I will do the kickoff, and Chris will add me on.
Yeah.
So first of all, I would like to thank the organization for inviting Chris Fonteijn and me to this panel. It is very important for all stakeholders of the audit profession that scientific research is carried out. All of you who are here today make an important contribution to this, and we saw this already in the discussion of Jasmine before. As quartermasters of the future of the accountancy sector in the Netherlands, we have been commissioned by our Minister of Finance to monitor the progress of the measures that will be introduced to improve the quality of statutory audits. Seen from an international perspective, the introduction of quartermasters or quartermakers, whatever, Jan, is quite unique. We stimulate and connect parties to improve the quality of statutory audits. Although the sector has already started to change in recent years, there is still a lot of work to be done, and the urgency is high. We also have a number of specific assignments, for example, the introduction of audit quality indicators and research on the changes of the structure of the accountancy sector. And since we started, we have moved our agenda forward according to plan, and we deliver a report every 6 months. It is important to maintain the general picture. and not to draw conclusions from incidents or matters that are not yet finished or are under construction. It should be noted that this being finished is an illusion. There will always be issues and developments. The question is whether the sector is or will become sufficiently robust, self-cleaning and self-critical to regain its authority and trust without excessive government interference. In other words, we are still holding up a mirror to the sector, and our ambition is that the auditors will organize this for themselves when we are no longer there. This view, hope and ambition is in line with the goals that Beijen has formulated in the UK. We are cautiously optimistic about the developments we have seen in recent times. Well, for today's panel discussion, and we understood from Jan that the main topic would be the role of the chain and the responsibility of management, this is something we recognize. In fact, we hear this frequently from the sector. However, the assignment of the quartermasters is limited to the quality of the audits. And in the beginning of our assignment, we observed that auditors automatically pointed to the client as having responsibility for reliable information, detecting fraud, etc. They believe that clients themselves have an important explicit role to play in transparency and taking responsibility and accountability. For example, with in-control statements or viability statements. Until now, we have mostly ignored these comments from auditors because they do not recognize that the sector itself can and should improve on its own. Now, however, several root cause analyses and our findings show that strengthening the so-called chain is indispensable. Therefore, we believe this subject should be on the agenda. In our conversation, we also notice that more and more will be asked of auditors in the future. Auditors will play, for example, a crucial role in answering the question whether the management's narrative about the future is acceptable. This assessment is quite a turning point for auditors, who are traditionally trained to look back rather than to look forward. Core professional skills, such as asking critical questions, should be fortified. That's also in your standard. In order to fulfill these additional tasks, we believe it's becoming more important for auditors to be able to navigate the tension that exists between the relationship with the clients who pays his bill and the auditor's responsibility within society. From our perspective, there's a lot of work to be done, but despite the challenges, there's a great opportunity for the auditing industry to demonstrate their unique professional skills and make important contributions to society.
Thank you very much. So one thing that resonates is that over time you have come to the conclusion that indeed the profession is moving, and that now there's actually also room to start discussing the ecosystem in itself.
Exactly.
Okay, that's an interesting new development. Very good to hear, indeed.
Well, what to add after a very comprehensive introduction? I haven't got a audit background, but I have got a legal background and a regulatory background. So I'm trained to challenge questions and assumptions and definitions. So Jan, I'm afraid to say that these assumptions, these propositions, well, the English would say are not very helpful. Mm-hmm. The Dutch would use a far ruder word, but let me stick to not very helpful. Because it is not about degrees of conservatism. Let's leave that to the politicians, I would say. It is about, I guess, knowing the business, knowing the client, knowing the industry, and depending on that, acting as you should. And there will be situations where you need to be very conservative. There will be situations where you need to be accommodating. I don't like the word accommodating at all, I must say. It's not accommodating, it's being pragmatic, I imagine.
That's why I'm using it.
Yeah, so I think it's an awful word, and not as a word, but for an auditor, I don't think the accommodation is what you're in life for. So let's leave that aside. So I think textual situations, really looking at what the situation asks for, what the business asks for, what the time frame asks for, is what we're looking at. So not degrees of conservatism in this profession, which is of course conservative by nature. So it is talking about degrees in that nature is taking it very far. I would say think about being inquisitive, being independent, being pragmatic, rather than trying to find some keyword there. I also don't think, but Yasmin also talked about the expectation gap. I think this is all about performance gap. It's whether you actually do what you're supposed to do, rather than what the outside world expects from you. Now, what are we? Marlies, of course, told you a lot about what we are doing. We have a fairly long assignment. It will end only at the end of next year. We will deliver our new progress report by the end of this month. One of the key things has been mentioned just now by Marlies. What is striking to me is that we have, of course, things like fraud, like continuity, innovation, education. On all these subjects, the trade association, the MBA, has made root cause analyses. Agnes has been involved in that to a very large extent. And that is picking up speed eventually. It has taken a long time to get up to speed, but I think they do now. Still, we find it is not going fast enough. If you're in control, you're not going fast enough, is a famous expression. The results that in the progress report by the MBA was sort of closing at the end of next year, when our assignment is going to terminate. I don't know whether there's any coincidence there. We would like things to go faster still, and that's where, maybe to come back to the word conservatism, you may experiment a little bit more, you may try a little bit more, you may take a little bit more risk, and that is of course not perhaps in the DNA of the profession, but that's what we're trying to push for. Two of the things, and then I'll finalize, is that are now firmly on our agenda. We have of course been working at the audit quality indicators, structural measures, the audit only concept, etc., etc. Education will be first and foremost on our agenda. Marlies and I have come to the conclusion that there is probably a complete redesign necessary for the audit profession.
You know everything of our progress report.
Yeah.
It's very informative. Very informative.
It's being published by now.
So I think this whole thing should be indeed redesigned. It will take a while, but I think it needs to be adapted to the modern world. Same for culture and innovation. So let me stop there and leave time for questions, because that's why you're here for. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you also for opening up so much about the report. So that
it's all about openness in this profession.
And transparency, yeah.
I mean, one dilemma, of course, every auditor is facing all the time is the fact that the auditor is being hammered if a profit is being recognized that's not there. And not by society at least, if he or she is too conservative. And that is a dilemma that each auditor keeps facing when looking at the financial statements.
I understand that, Jan, but in many professions, also in medicine or in law, fear is a very bad counselor, and saying that I'm being hammered if I do the right thing is a very bad way of looking at it, I would say.
I agree, but I'm looking at what I observe, right?
Okay.
So as an academic. so Agnes, please.
Yeah,
sorry for the impossible question.
Again.
So
I would like to speak maybe as the audit leader, because
sure.
Not as a practitioner, but as the audit leader. So I was wondering about that question as well, and I agree also with what Chris said. It's not about you're in bucket 1, 2, or 3. It's not like that, I think. I would like to see it as that we, as a profession, I think that we were, if you would like to, I think that we were on a path where we would, I don't like the word accommodating, but where we were much more client-centric. That we, the client is important. I do not want to lose that client. If I lose that client, then I will get punished at my firm. I think that was a couple of years ago much more where we stood. Nowadays, and that's what I like also about this purpose, I think every auditor understands much more I'm here for society. And when you are here for society, then the way that you do an audit and where you come from as a person is really different. And I think that for me, it was really important to make sure that everybody understood that is also the way that we value auditors. So if you do the right thing, if you really keeping in your mind you are there for society, in the end it's not about those 3 boxes. It is about doing the right thing, standing up when you have to have dilemmas. You always have dilemmas, but that's the great fun of this job. So, but be proud, but also stand your ground, because in the end that's what you will be appreciated for. So that's on the one hand, and I think on the second topic also, and also what I liked about the challenge that Jasmine shared, it's about opening up. If there's one thing that I have learned of this profession, we have the tendency to close. So we talk about expectation gaps and performance gaps, but this is about, society is changing, our clients are changing, things are moving faster than they have ever been before. So, we have to keep asking ourselves, are we doing the right things? And is there maybe a different way to do it or not? And I think we find that difficult sometimes. And that's where we have to, I think that's where we have the challenge to open up and make sure that we are delivering on the promise to society. So I think that we were already on a great path in ourselves as a profession, but there's also, the stakes are high and we have to move ahead. Right. And so it's an interesting time to be in the audit.
It is. It is, but one thing that occurred to me when you were talking is the fact that in the past, when you would be losing a client, that would be a bad thing. Yep. Now it's still a bad thing, if it is for the wrong reasons, but if it's for the right reasons,
it's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
No, I would say no. You start with it's a bad thing. No, it's not. I think that most of the times when your relationship with your client is not working out for some reason, either the client, you feel you have no match, or they do things where you think you do not risk high of quality. Why should I? That's fine when you also say goodbye to your client. I think you get flowers. Right. That's it's really a different scene than when we were a couple of years ago. So it's doing the right thing. That could also mean saying goodbye.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I would like actually now to open up to the audience, to the participants of this conference. Who would like to ask the first question? Hans. I'm looking for the mic. Oh, here it is. Here you go, Hans.
Thank you, Jan. Hans Schortemaker. I'm a teacher, so for that reason, I would like to have some advice from Chris, not being an auditor. This afternoon, I'm participating in the hackathon and looking at the horizon, looking to the education process for our professionals in the future. And I had already on my lips when I was listening to Jasmine, when we are looking at the broader definition of the purpose of the audit, we're also reading Beijen, then we are looking for different people and also looking to the terms, the SEA terms. It is important, and I would like to have, and especially looking at Chris, one advice that I should take with me on board for this afternoon session. What would you suggest that I would take on board?
These are students in the profession already.
Are already in the profession, but I'm now future forward-looking. What should be the requirements? And for example, Jasmine is a chartered accountant, and we all here sitting are, except for you, Chris. We are chartered accountants. No, but in the future, I think we need to have other species on board.
Well, that was exactly what I was going to say, and I feel very lonely here, but still.
Now I'm trying to support you.
Yeah. No, but like the system in the UK, in my former profession in law, you are trained in philosophy or language or whatever, and then you train in your profession. And I always liked that to a very large extent, because my colleagues in the UK were broader oriented, who had a wider view on life than just being in law school, like the Americans, and to a certain extent us as well. So I think that sort of change would help. What would also help, if what certainly Marlies has said to me is that it's too full of technicalities. What we do now, it's overloaded with pure content, more behavioral things, more dilemma training, more how do you act in certain circumstances. So steering away a little bit from the pure mechanic, if you like, type of teaching to more behavioral things.
I will take this on board. So a lawyer could be in the future could also be an auditor.
Yes, certainly.
Certainly. I agree with you. So I will take this on board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Not me, though.
Who's next? Who's next?
Enough of the profession.
Okay.
Jim?
So, hi, Chibbe Bosman, and Chris, I actually completely disagree with you.
Very good.
With that we should have less focus on the technical side. I think if I compare the German education with the Dutch one, we have a lot of focus already on dilemmas and culture and behavior. But society trusts the auditor because the auditor is also a technical expert. And I think we shouldn't sacrifice technical expertise, if I'm honest and frank, right? We do not want any auditors who cannot make journal entries or consolidations.
Yeah, but it's not what I'm saying, really. I think if I also look at my own training as a lawyer, my actual education started when I entered the firm where I spent for 25 years, and not in university where I learned broader concepts, but the actual technical training took place very much later as I developed as a professional. So I think that sort of example, I'm not saying law is great or something, but having a rather general sort of education in the first instance and do the technicalities when you have to audit banks or insurance companies. I don't believe you need to learn that in these seats here. You learn it at the firm where you do, under a very professional guidance of your superiors, how you do that in real practice. That is what I'm trying to say. You don't need to learn that in the university.
Maybe we could also add colleagues with a different profile to the teams. That's still not something that we do regularly. So when I think that we were also talking about fraud and continuity, and maybe you need also people with psychology backgrounds to understand what's going on. We are not used to really integrating them in the audit team and giving them a real place in it. So I think that more or less would something be for the future.
Would you fear that within the IRSB?
No, absolutely not.
No,
I think,
okay.
No. The use and the consideration of specialized skills needs to be throughout, and you see that as well. Well, we're at the moment working on an update of the fraud standard, the going concern standard, and the use of specialized skills, particularly in fraud, has been debated heavily. It's something we discussed last Wednesday in New York as well, and it will be in there. It's not a requirement, but there's active consideration of specialized skills throughout. Well, the accounting estimate standards has it. Going concern will have it as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, there's another question back here. I was too far away from you, sorry. You go.
I'm working at KPMG. I pretty much like the concept of opening up for us as a profession, because I think indeed that this is an important next step to decrease our expectation gap and also help us decrease the performance gap, I guess. But as a practitioner, I also experienced the fear, also a topic you discussed, which prevents us from doing it. So I was curious, okay, what are things which can help us get a little bit more self-confidence and get a little less scared to come to this next step?
You don't want to be conservative, that's right. No. So I guess that's a question for all four of you actually.
So maybe it's an interesting question, because I think it's still on the topic of being scared or to fail. That's really something. Exactly. And on the other hand, we want to learn. We want to be a profession where you can learn, and finding the right balance in that is still a challenge. Yeah, we have to figure. I was in a training a couple of weeks ago about the new ISA
315.
and I always the numbers. Yeah. So and at the end, and what I really liked was at the end there was a statement by our technical office, national office we call it, and they say, okay, dare to choose. We got your back. And I really like that, that really small sentence, the feeling that that you have people standing behind you, to just to go ahead. And I think that and that's also where I see the role that an audit leader can have. Make sure that the firm is behind you. And I think if you make a mistake, you will not be punished, you will not be sent away, you will not be fired. It is. So I think opening up and talking about failures and that it's okay, that's also the environment that we have to keep on maintaining, shaping and maintaining. So it's a lot of things. So it's a good technical expertise that has your back, but also a culture where it's okay to make a mistake.
But that's a different way of thinking of compliance. So I would actually be very interested in what the quartermakers and also what you are thinking about it, right? So you are a regulator now, right? So how do you think about this?
Well, it's
support.
So within the IAASB we have public members, of which regulators are a strong voice. And you see in the development of standards that the regulators want the standards probably to be a little bit more prescriptive, such that an error can be identified quicker. Right. That takes a little bit away from the principle-based element, and probably also stifles innovation to a certain extent. Well, because if there are very specific requirements, you need to do A, B, C, and D. Well, that is pretty much it, rather than operating from the principle. I'm much more principle-oriented, but you do see that tension as standards are being developed. You also see in the Netherlands, UK recently again, a number of quite hefty fines for audit firms not complying with the requirements of the standards. So that is the dilemma. It's difficult, and in the mindset of innovating and trying something different, and I'm with you, Agnes, but we've discussed this before, is go try something, but get the help to make sure that you color within the lines.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we lifting the compliance harness or not?
That's a question for me.
Yeah.
I would like to add on to Agnes, because I really like what she said about just this internal culture within the firms, that you are feeling backed up by the professional office to stand your ground. That's very important, but I think we also have to be honest that this sector in the Netherlands has and all different audit firms has their own trauma, and I would just like to call it a trauma with their relationship with the regulator. Because in the beginning it was quite problematic, and we also saw this. I was a member of the Committee of the Future of the Accountancy Profession, and we also saw that, and that trauma just kept the profession away from innovation and just to be proud of being an auditor. So I think the profession has worked through it, and the relationship is much more mature now, and also the tone of voice of the Authority for Financial Market, and I saw Hanso was yesterday here in this session as well. I think and I believe that the tone of the regulator has changed, and that's also very important, and it's also something that's on the agenda of Chris and me as quartermaster, just to keep track on that dialogue and how that is going. So I think it's our two things. It's the internal culture, but also the relationship with the external parties.
Interesting. Thanks for that.
I completely agree. I mean, there are two ghosts. One is the AFM and the other is professional liability in courts. I think personally they're grossly exaggerated. We've talked to younger people that had never seen somebody from the AFM, and they said, oh, well, this is the worst thing that can happen. To me, if there's an AFM inquiry, and then we looked into what actually happened, we talked to the AFM people, and I think things have moved to the right direction. Second thing, and that is a bit my profession, of course I know there have been many sort of cases and litigation and all that, but I think the fear of being litigated in court because of misconduct or anything is grossly exaggerated. If you do the right thing and you make your personal choices and you're not sort of simply following the client or following the money, I think the chances that would ever happen to you are very slim. And so I don't exclude it, but I think the fear of it, of doing the right thing, is grossly exaggerated.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question. I mean, but that's not easy, actually, what you want. Maybe
life is not easy.
No, but you know, so I know of one study in a bank where they actually looked at the introduction of a system where the loan officers could make their own decision, so they could surpass the procedure if they could argument why they did it. And actually, the people who were sitting there, right, who were the incumbent loan officers, they were very uncertain about this and actually didn't do it. It was only the new people that were appointed that were actually willing to do it. So you know, introducing such a new,
it's interesting. Yeah.
Such a new idea, right, will take years, you know, to actually get it implemented. I think. Yeah. So it's quite a big ask on a profession, I would say, in that regard.
But I think, Jan, maybe to add, I heard also Marlies say something about the fact that the quartermasters are, you know, looking at also at the whole chain. Huh?
Right.
So, and I think that if I look back at the cooperation with the quartermasters, that's also something because you feel that when you're working together with other parties who are in the beginning maybe looking critical at you, when you are as a profession, you're also willing to look at yourself. Right. And really challenge yourself. Where can we, you know, improve, and what can we do better? We should speed up. You know, acknowledge that we speed up, and then you see that you also that also parties that are critical in the beginning also see that we are from a good place, and then you feel we are working together.
Right.
So maybe that is also why this opening up. I think we also try to open up to the quartermasters and make sure that we are on this path together. And I think that's when you also get that they are now saying maybe it's also time that the rest of the chain is also working together. So
that's exactly right. I think we have time for one more question, Olof.
Okay, throw it in the back.
Actually, what you say is much resonating. Also, what you were saying, Yasmin, right? So, looking at the full chain. Sorry. Here you go.
You throw it. So I have a question to Edo and maybe later to Marlies. And Edo, I asked this question to one of your predecessors like 5 years ago. And it was almost, I think it was in the inaugural address of Anna Gold, where the chair of the IAASB was. And I asked him, what does it take you to really read academic research? And I'm asking this question because we are celebrating this new generation of PhD students in the room now, that we have now 12 PhD students and 5 delivered, the future generation that wants to inform policy making. So I'm curious about the development at the IAASB, like compared to 5 years ago. What does it take you and your board to really grasp and want to read academic research?
I think the desire to be informed by academic research is very big. If you I'm just giving an example, Olaf. For example, in the context of going concern but fraud, all the new projects that are going on, we've actually used a fair bit also of the FAR research as background, and which is required reading for all the board members before the board meeting. So and I know from the interaction with the board members, and particularly within the task forces or working groups, if something comes out of academic research, and in a number of cases that was FAR research, we will share it because we want to be as informed as possible. For every board member, they are expected to take about 800-900 hours a year for this role. It is an important role, at least I think so. But you do need to come prepared, and there's this full expectation of the public interest. Of course, the PIOB is watching over us with a keen eye. And we bring it on, because often research that is being cited is old, and that's where I have been happy to have been involved, or at least been to this conference a couple of times, where I can, and I get the newsletter where I can share research, because oftentimes the research that we use is old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a clear improvement in the answer of the IAAP.
It's a big improvement.
Big improvement.
It's a big
And
improvement.
if we have time, maybe Marlies, how do you see academic input into, well, the purpose of the quarter? Makers or masters? I'm confused, but in your work.
Yeah, masters.
Whatever you like. I asked for the title of special advocate, but that was in the international context, but that wasn't good enough. So it's quartermasters. We as a quartermasters believe that academic research is very important. So we use it both for informing us in knowing the sector, knowing what's going on. It's really important what is going on in the academic literature, and I as a former academic can really underline that one, that it's really important. And on the other hand, we also have the assignment to do academic research, and we made it as much as possible academic research on the structural models. For example, the joint audit research, the audit-only research, and the intermediate model, which Jan is doing. And well, it is important. And to be honest, not all, as Edo said, the data is sometimes old. So we also used literature that is written in the more critical academic research part. But it's also very informant, because these are more opinions based on real facts instead than of real opinions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, I would like actually thank the panel very much for giving these insights. So, it is extremely positive, right? So I said, you have to be conservative, and they all said we don't want to be conservative. So that's a good thing, right? So so
No, that's really the wrong
sorry
word.
for challenging you, so, but that was the idea a bit, actually, that I was actually provoking a bit. And
succeeded.
Oh well, there you go. But on the other hand, Mary Boas was actually from Stanford. She was talking last week, and she was saying, reporting is conservative. The question is how conservative is good or conservative. So it will remain somewhere in the minds of people, this conservatism. Thank you very much to the panel and all the positive notes that you have been given. And I think that the line from Jasmine to this panel was obvious, and so that was great. And thank you for your insights. So can I get an applause for? Thank you. And of course, we have this little present. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So this is just a little present. Ja, maar daar staat een naam van ons op, hè? Dus vergeet het niet.
Oh, kijk.
Yeah, you cannot turn it
you
around
because
it's on both sides.
Okay, and now Olof, I want to give you the
Well, thank you very much. Is my sound on? I think so. So this was an inspiring debate. Dare to choose, I like that. We have your back. I think that's an important lesson here. So I have two important announcements. One, of course, is coffee break. But the second is the program after the coffee break. So dare to choose to continue to join us, because there are two fascinating academic presentations coming up. One by Jasmijn Bol on culture controls. So can culture really be a control? That's a question that Jasmijn will touch upon. And then Frank Moers on how to prevent or solve the loss of talent in the audit profession. So stay with us, but first coffee break, and we will continue 10:45 sharp. Thank you very much. Yes, all right. So our central theme of this conference is inside out and outside in. But by now it could also have been from dusk till dawn. And for Jasmijn, dusk and dawn are in a different time zone. Although she is Dutch, Jasmijn, she is with, she actually managed to build an impressive academic career in the US. And she's from Tulane University. And when I looked her up, didn't need to do that, but there she is, full professor on the Francis Martin Chair in Business, and also holds the PwC Professorship in Accounting, and is faculty director, if I'm right? I'm sure you will explain how you manage that all. Her research interests are management controls, auditors' tacit knowledge, human capital development, and today, culture controls in audit firms, talking about how audit firms organize the audit or the organization of the audits. The discussants will be Robin Beijen. Where are you? Oh, there you are, Robin. And we'll introduce you now so that we can. Robin is an audit consultant with BakerTilly's technical department and lecturer in auditing and assurance at the Avans University of Applied Sciences. Robin is also one of the FAR liaisons with BakerTilly, getting all the data for our research. Yes, thumbs up, Lena. That's thumbs up for the FAR liaisons again. Great to have you, and great to have you as discussants. Jasmijn, floor is all yours. Great that you are here.
Thank you. Thank you. Is the mic on? Yeah? Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank FAR for this opportunity to come present our research, but also, you know, it started way earlier to sponsor our research, to get also all the data, the liaisons, right? It's been very, very pleasant to work with FAR, so we're very grateful. Want to introduce you to the research team. Mark Pieter and Katlijn are here today, and Isabella unfortunately couldn't be here. And so I wanted to start off just to tell you that normally I do not like presenting at the end of a conference, because the entire conference I'm kind of like, you know, waiting to get my story out. So I don't like it. But today, this conference, I'm actually very happy that I'm more at the end of the conference, because as you will see in the presentation, a lot of things that we're going to talk about in this presentation has been things that have already been discussed and kind of came up throughout the conference. So I'm very happy for that, because it really allows us to like bring some of those points home. So I don't want to spend too much on this slide, because as I said, we've already talked about those things, right? The mission of the FAR, audit quality, the incentive conflict that is there. And so we're specifically interested in what can we do with the soft controls, right? Culture controls. How can we have an organizational culture that can help improve audit quality? And so this is the setup of our research. We're looking at organizational culture, right? This is the definition that is from the research in management accounting, and talks about the purpose and values that the organization and the employees share. And this part I've highlighted because it's important, that guide decision-making and actions in domains where explicit rules and policies are difficult to define. Right, so the idea of organizational culture is that it leads to internalization of values, right, that guide decision-making and actions. So what type of culture can lead to improved audit quality? So in order to try to answer that question, right, it's a very big question, but we hope to at least provide some insights there, is that we need to understand what are really those values that we want that culture that people have to internalize, that guide that behavior. So that's where we want to start, is looking at those values that lead to audit quality, and then how can we build a culture that help develop those, internalize those values. So our first part is really, what are those values And we specifically focus on the assessing of risk in material misstatement, right? Obviously, audit quality is very broad, but that's kind of the part that we focus on. And another thing I want to point out is that we're looking at judgment, but also actions, right? Because one thing is that people say, oh, you know, I assess it differently, but are you also taking different actions when it comes to the next steps? In our second part of our investigation is what are the determinants of those values, right? What does the culture need to have to bring those values? And so visually, we're going to first focus on one and then on two. So we start with those values. What are those values? I mean, that is not really, you know, first it seemed for us like, oh, well, the value of audit quality, but what is that? Right? So we wanted to have something that was action-oriented, because prior research shows that beliefs are often not enough, right? So it's nice that people have certain beliefs, but we really wanted to focus on what are the actions that they would take. And we wanted to focus on beliefs that are calibrated. And so this is where the last discussion really came in, because Jan started with 1, 2, or 3, and there was clear, like, what are you talking about 1, 2, and 3? No, there's only one way about this, which is what we call it well calibrated. So the idea is that, yes, you have a questioning mind, you're critical when you look at evidence, but that doesn't mean that you are going to always be more conservative. Because what we think is a very important value based on theory is well-calibrated professional skepticism. So pushing back, questioning, but only when there's evidence that indicate that that is necessary, that is justified, right? So only when there is question about how reasonable these estimates are. And really based on evidence, what type of evidence is there, and on understanding, and that's also something that came up, right? The importance of understanding the incentives, the behavior of the client, and responding to that. So we have called this well-calibrated professional skepticism as the value that we think will really lead to higher audit quality. We also, and this is something that kind of came up during our research, not something that we initially thought we would look at, but during our research, we heard more and more about pride, auditor pride, right? Also something that came up a lot today, that it's important that we talk about those things. But so, okay, message out there, auditor pride, that is important, but is there a direct connection between auditor pride and higher audit quality? All right, so that's also something that we're going to investigate, or that we have, that I will talk about, our investigation, how we looked at that. And so to date, there hasn't really been any research on what auditor pride, even though a lot has been invested, a lot of action around auditor pride, but there hasn't been any research on the effect of that. And we look at two types of pride. We have our enduring latent pride. So this is ingrained values, right? So those are stable. You either have those or you don't. And we look at primed pride. That means that it is after something happened, it is primed, it's activated, right? So I think like the FAR conference is a very good example of something that primes pride, right? Because we talk about the importance of society and about the profession and the great things, and that primes pride, right? And so what we do in part one, we examine whether auditors that perceive themselves as calibrated skeptics, right? That say that they push back only when called for, that have high levels of latent pride or are primed to experience pride, we investigate whether they think critically about audit evidence when assessing the risk of material misstatement, and while planning actions, right? So that judgment and actions are both addressed here. So this is our data, right? Again, thank you everybody who helped in the collection of this with interviews, and we had surveys and experiments. So very extensive data set. And important here that I want to take a moment to look at is our measure of what we call the perceived skeptical calibration. So we asked people in the survey these 4 questions. And what I want to point out is that this has that well-calibrated part in it. Because it's not, do you always push for more or for different? No, pushing back, right? When appropriate, in the gray zone, if necessary, right? So are you being skeptical? Are you applying professional skepticism in a well-calibrated way? That's what we're trying to get at, right? And important, these are perceptions of oneself. We also have our measure of pride, right? Couple of questions there. And then we have our experiment, right? So in our experiment, we provide people with a scenario it's about cheese, right? Felt that was appropriate. And we asked people to assess the reasonableness of management's assumptions, okay? And so important here to really get at that well-calibrated part. One of our, what we call manipulations, is we divide people randomly in 2 groups without them knowing it, and half of the group gets a very reasonable revenue forecast. The other half gets a very unreasonable, aggressive one, right? And so we're interested in if the reaction is different, right? We don't want the reaction to be the same, we want the reaction to be different. And because if it's reasonable and you're being too conservative, right? Coming back to a discussion that we had this whole conference, you're decreasing audit quality and you're wasting time because you're focusing on things that are not important, maybe missing out on some important things where you should be pushing back. Well, if it is unreasonable, it is something where you should be pushing. We also, as I said, we wanted to prime that pride to see what the response to that was. We again divided in 2 random groups, so we ended up with 4 different groups. And half of those people received, they were asked to read a text that was really about, the heroes of the profession and how it helps society to really make people feel like, yes, that's me, right? When they went into this task. And the other people didn't see this text. So they just started immediately with the task of the experiment. And so, as I said, we found it very important to look both at judgment and also at action. Right, so we had some questions that we asked people about how reasonable do you think it was? Do you think it's biased? But also about would you sign off, right? So one thing is to say, oh, it's not reasonable, but if you're still signing off, right, then that doesn't really help. And so this is our calibrated skepticism. And again, referring back to what we've talked about before, people are not the same, auditors are not the same. So people also don't perceive themselves to be the same when it comes to this calibrated skepticism. So we see some people who are very high and some people very low. Most of it's in the middle, right? Like that's the expectation. But there are definitely differences here. Definitely differences in how people answer these questions, whether they would push back, whether they get expert help, etc. Also, pride, right? We see variation here between, in general, it's being quite high, right? But definitely variation. And here are our results. So what do we find? Wanted to put the table on there, right? Just to make sure that the academic presentation has a table. But here, this is the conclusion. So what you see here is that people who perceive themselves, we say like, yeah, that's me. I am a well-calibrated professional skeptic. Those people, right? You see the right, quote unquote, right behavior where they're not pushing back when it was reasonable, but they are pushing back when it was unreasonable, right? So what we can conclude from that is that people who consider themselves to be these calibrated skeptics, that they act in a way that enhances, right, that they enhance audit quality by their professional judgment. If we look at pride, no, we don't find anything. Right? So we don't find evidence that pride is bad, but we also don't find a direct relationship between having that pride in the profession and being skeptical in your judgment and your actions when you are addressing potential misstatements. Right? So no evidence there. So what are the implications of this part of our study? We'll see that investing, right, in ways, in a culture that increases that value of calibrated skepticism is going to be a valuable investment for audit firms. It seems to lead to better professional judgment. While investing in auditor pride, when it comes to professional judgment, that doesn't seem to have an impact. What we don't know, right, and that's why we put it on future research. I'm going to talk to Jan and Olof about this after lunch. Corner them, talk about this future research proposal. Just because we don't find that direct relationship with professional judgment doesn't mean that auditor pride is not something very important and that we should not invest in it, right? But maybe it has other beneficial outcomes. Maybe it helps us recruit better talent. Maybe it helps us with retention. Maybe Frank will say more about that in line of all the presentations connecting today. But, well, one thing is to say, hey, invest in improving well-calibrated professional skepticism, right? That one thing to say that, but how? How do we need to do that? And this is where part 2 of our study comes in. We're thinking about what about a culture can help internalize that value. So what we do is we look at management controls and specifically the organizational culture of what is being, right? How are these systems together influencing auditors for this calibrated skepticism to flourish? And so very important, when we talk about organizational culture and about management control systems, every organization's culture is different, right? Every management control system is different. So we're not going to be like, oh, implement these 5 things, right? And then you'll get this. No, we're saying what are some aspects that we see in the culture, right, that people perceive when they have these high levels of calibrated skepticism. So the first thing that we argue is important is what we call facilitating culture. But this is also something that we've already talked about today. As yesterday we talked about learning culture being important. Today we talked about mistakes, showing like, hey, if you make a mistake, that's okay. We need to learn. We need to accept those things. And we talked about facilitating expert advice. And so this is all what we consider a facilitating culture. A culture where auditors perceive, and this is very important, perceive. It is about perception, how they feel about the culture. Because maybe, some of the partners are here saying, well, I really want them to really get to the bottom of things, right? I really want that. But if the junior auditors don't perceive it that way, they're not going to respond to it. So these are all perceptions, but that's on purpose, right? Because it is about how you perceive the culture that influences your behavior, that helps you internalize values. So truly values, the auditors getting a deep understanding of the client's financial statements. So we talked about learning, openness, sufficient resources as something very important, right? Because you can say, oh yeah, we think it's all very important, but here's 2 hours to do the entire audit. Yeah, then you're not really facilitating. Another thing that we looked at was a culture of independence. Do the auditors really perceive that the management of the firm wants to be independent, right, from its clients? Then, 2 important we call it personal values. And the reason we call it personal values is because people can come to the organization really with these values, or it can really be built within the organization, but it's something that on a personal level you care about. And one is contributing to society, right? And the other is getting to the bottom of it, right? We all know people who just can't stand, no, there are 2 cents missing, I just can't stand it, right? That people who want to know what's really going on and really get frustrated when they don't. So those are 2 what we think are important personal values that will lead to that well-calibrated skepticism. So we use the same data from the survey that I talked about before, and I put the questions that we asked people about, right, about their perception, if there is that facilitating culture. I want to take a little bit more time for this one, because I think it's very important that you see here appreciation for learning, right, the resources, tone at the top, open communication. I don't have to hide my mistakes, right? All kind of themes that we talked about today. Also, as a second kind of measure of this facilitating culture, we really looked at budget pressure. Because, in the end, right, the budget is a really strong signal about whether or not you have the resources, whether you're being facilitated. Independence culture, we have a couple of questions, but I'm going to go a little bit fast. I want to go to the controls. We do also look at auditor competence. We don't spend as much time, we have it as a control, but that's more because prior literature has already shown the importance of that. We look at performance, conflict, explicit incentives, competitive environment. And here are our results. Don't worry, I've digested them, right? First, the facilitating culture, right? Our results really show that this is very important, right? That presence of the perception of that facilitating culture really leads to higher levels of calibrated skepticism. Surprisingly, we don't find anything for the independence culture. We do find very strongly that those personal values of importance to society and getting to the bottoms of things really help in creating these calibrated skeptics. Also, what happened here? Okay, auditor competence, very important. Okay, it's one more that I want to talk about here. The culture message, because we thought this was very interesting. We asked people about what does the firm say itself about audit quality. Is that something that is really kind of pushed in the values and priorities in the mission statement? And if people understood that. And so interesting, people that heard that message, that know about that message, it doesn't really have an impact, right? So it's very important that it's different from a facilitating culture. It's kind of, the facilitating culture is put your money where your mouth is, right? While just saying it didn't have much of an impact. So let me go to the implications of this, right? So what can the firms do? Well, first, that action-orientating, facilitating culture, right, creating that is going to be what we think an important thing for organizations to do to get to that well-calibrated skepticism, right? So making sure the resources are there, making sure there's open communication, transparency, right? A lot of the things that we talked about today. And as I said, go beyond the commercial messaging, right? Really make people believe that the firm has their back. And then through selection and promotion, right? And so when we think about selection, Mark asked me to point this out, right? It's not just about who you want to hire, but also who wants to work for you, right? So through selection, you know, look for people that care about the importance of society. Look for people who want to get to the bottom of this. This kind of links back to, right, the whole studies about personalities, right? That you know, if you are able to hire these people, attract these people, then that's going to really help with creating a set of well-calibrated skeptics. And obviously, this also is something that we talked about, right? There needs to be competence. You can't ask people to push back if they don't feel capable of doing that, if they don't have the skills, the knowledge, right? So that's also very important. So, for our future research, right, one of the things that we feel that we've gone a little bit beyond just saying well-calibrated skepticism is good, right? So we do have some parts of a culture, right, some things that are somewhat specific, but we also know that, okay, facilitating culture, now we have a good idea of what that is, but what are some of the very specific things we can do to build a culture like that? And so we envision that as a next step. We know from prior literature that one builds a culture through the selection of personnel, through reinforcement systems, through accountability and feedback systems, and training and coaches, right? All these things together make an organizational culture, right? So it's a very complex control because it has a lot of layers. So what we would like to do in the future, we think is important to try to become a little bit more specific, right? What are some of those trainings, or what are some of those very specific management controls that one could implement to create more of this facilitating culture, right? And so we think that considering that we talked about today experimentation, about learning together, one great way of doing that would be a field experiment in which the practice works with academia to come up with a very specific kind of implementation of a training, of a way of promoting, of a reinforcement system, and actually testing if it has the desired impact, if it creates a culture that is more facilitating, that is perceived that way, and if that increases that well-calibrated skepticism. So definitely something to think about how we can practically, right, actually increase cooperation even further between academia and practice. And I'll volunteer for that project. Okay, so that 1 minute to spare, so that's great. I'll open it up to...
After a round of applause first, I believe. So is the mic on? Perfect. Well, as Olof introduced me, I have completed the audit education myself here, and one of the things you learn in the audit education is that you should not only check for accuracy, so that the things that you see are correct, but that you should also check for completeness. So what is the things that are missing in, let's say, now this research? So before I started reading this paper, I thought by myself, so what would I expect to read on this topic when considering cultural controls in audit firms? And the main topic that I came up with was the pressure between budget and delivering audit quality at the same time.
So I was really pleased, first of all, to see empirical evidence now for the tension that auditors feel in practice between audit quality and budget pressure. So I'm really pleased to see budget pressure for the first time in my life. On a positive note, I was also very pleased to see the positive effects of training, and also that you are promoting, let's say, a deep understanding of the client and how important it is that firm leadership should promote this. And I think with the new international standard of auditing coming up, ISA 315, that Agnes also referred to, I followed the training myself the last week, and it also encourages actually this deep understanding of your client. For example, on the role of IT on the business model of a client, or IT on the role it has in the complete information system. So I think that for those of you who are wondering, so how can we implement the findings of your nice research? I think that ISA 315 may present itself as a perfect prompt to enhance this deep understanding of the client. So really nice to see academia and practice come together over there. I also had a personal struggle that I recognized when reading this paper. And I would like to invite you and the audience to help me identify this primary source of the struggle. Because yesterday, Hans van Beursenkom already referred to this junior auditor. And let's say that we have now, this junior auditor is in class, where she's getting all the compliments on how, on the fact that she's constantly raising her hand. Mister, why is this amount deviant from the thing we would expect? And we as teachers are praising the student. Oh my God, you are really skeptical. And that's a good thing. So there we are promoting this skeptical behavior. And now, so as a teacher, I'm really glad with this type of student. 4 years later, I'm serving as a supervisor at an auditing firm, and the same brilliant student comes at my desk, and I'm 2 days before the deadline, and I'm like, God, why now? Why did you have to find this? And I feel really guilty about it, because that same student I'm praising in class, I'm cursing him for making that specific finding. So what is this? What's happening over here? That we are praising the same student in class and cursing him on the job. So what's going on over there? And I'm also looking for an advice, let's say, on how to break this vicious circle. Because when I as a supervisor am neglecting the remark of this brilliant young man or woman, I may shape his experience in that it is normal to, let's say, to neglect a finding when it's not convenient. And I don't want to send out that message. But on the other hand, if she's growing up with this expectation, the next student that comes up at her desk is also getting neglected. So how can we break this vicious circle, Jasmijn and others? In, let's say, is it possible to offset these negative experiences? For example, when we would couple the junior auditor to, let's say, this super auditor that we referred to yesterday, one with all the leadership skills and commercial skills that will, let's say, pick up her finding and praise her for it. What are your takes on this?
Well, I think that it's obviously hard, right? But that's where I think it's critical to really look at the culture being built from the top of the organization, right? So even if we never see the partner, right, it is the partner or even like higher firm leadership, the chairmans, I think, that set the tone, right? That because if this person doesn't do it to this person, and that's like the problem, right? So I think that it's really important that it starts at the top, right? And that message kind of like rolls through the organization, that it's impossible to tell our junior supervisors, well, you have to do this, you have to do that, if that's not what the reaction that they get, right? But then how to change it? I mean, I think it's awareness of that it's important and research that show the consequences of not doing that, right? That then you don't create the right vision. I think, that's what we need to try to do.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I think it's really nice to see the chairman of PwC this morning actually carrying out this message of so dare to make a mistake. So that's really nice to see it all come together already. Mm-hmm. So let's encourage that even more. Now on the concept of conservative skepticism, so pushing all the time on every topic versus the well-calibrated skepticism. I saw in your part 1 in the experiment that you had the hypothesis that pushing on issues that are not, let's say, that do not warrant to be pushed on, so pushing too often, can actually decrease audit quality. And I was wondering, so is it actually a bad thing to be conservatively skeptical?
I mean, I think so, but you know, I'm like maybe the least qualified person to say that because I'm not even an audit researcher. I'm actually a managerial accounting researcher. But I think that's the message of this conference, right? I mean, that's what we've talked about is, you know, there's so much that we need to do right now with new technology, changing worlds. Everything gets more complicated, and so I think if we push on things that don't need to be pushed, there's just not enough time, right? I mean, there was the question of what should we not do? Well, I think this is the answer. Push when we don't need to push is the thing we shouldn't be doing, right? But it's when there is evidence, when there is incentives, right? That's where it needs to come through. I mean, it's like the best way to manage our time, right?
Yeah, I can really resonate with that. How many time do I have left? I think 1 or 2, even more. Well, on the concept of proud you were mentioning. So we already heard also Agnes this morning, so be proud of your profession. And well, it's also a thing that I heard early on in my career from colleagues, that I hear every Tuesday evening now, also in the busy season talks, because well, you get this feeling of, okay, so we do have a nice profession, and well, such a shame that it's not significant yet, but what can we do in the meantime? Despite of this lack of empirical evidence, what can we do in the meantime on spreading the message of being proud on our profession?
Well, so very importantly, I wanted to be clear, we're not advocating at all for stopping that, right? We're not saying like, oh, those sessions on Tuesday, don't do them because this doesn't work, right? We just don't find that very direct line, right? We don't find that, you know, people who have more pride, that they respond differently to this reasonable and unreasonable estimate. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have all kinds of advantages, right? And definitely we believe that retention and promotion, I mean, we actually find in our results that this well-calibrated skepticism is higher for people who have a long tenure, right? So that's already an indication that keeping people in the profession, right, that time in the profession helps, and I would expect that auditor pride has an important role in that. So one, just be very clear that we're not advocating to stop that, right? But we just don't find that very direct relationship.
Thank you. I would like to give the word to the audience.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Jasmijn. And for not being an audit researcher, you did pretty well. And I must admit that this is also FAR's ambition, right? To do multidisciplinary research, and we're proud that we have non-auditing researchers do research in auditing, right? So that's great.
Well, it brings new perspective, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know? Thank you for that. Who wants to raise the first? Well, I don't even have to ask the question then. That's great. Thank you very much. I'm not throwing it. I had my dusk till dawn.
Yeah, that's actually better. I guess on top of the box.
Yeah. Just say who you are, please.
So my name is Ioan Ivanescu. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam.
Yes.
And first of all, thank you for the beautiful presentation. I was actually curious about the construct. So I really like the idea of well-calibrated professional skepticism, but I was wondering if that is as much a function of culture, like you mentioned, or is it a more pragmatical construct which has to deal with the cost of doing a certain audit operation So for instance, in the example of revenue, I'm still doing revenue, right? So the extra cost for me as an auditor to ask more questions is relatively low. But for instance, if there are things related to fraud, it will be completely, time consuming to ask everybody the same, every single client, regardless of size, about fraud. At the same time is also, I think, a question of materiality, so how important that issue is. And lastly, maybe a question of risk on a specific area in that audit file. So I was wondering how much can be explained by these more pragmatical issues as opposed to the culture issue.
Mm-hmm. So I think I want to point out a couple of things, right? So when I showed the graph with how people perceive themselves as being a well-calibrated skeptic, right, we saw a lot of differences there. So a lot of people operating in similar environments are still thinking about this in a different way, which makes me believe that it's not just the context in which people operate, right? I'm not saying that it's not important. I think it's very important, and that's why in our analysis we also control for like explicit incentives, right? That's something that is important because you can't see the same, if you're constantly held back, that value can't really flourish, right? And it's hard to internalize that value if you just don't feel it's possible. That's why we also have competence in there, because again, right, it's really hard to really value and think about pushing back in certain ways when you don't have that competence. So I think, life is never one or the other, right? I think you're absolutely right that all of these things are happening in the same time, and that we can't just only talk about, creating this value and get people to internalize this, but then make it impossible for them to actually take certain actions because they don't know how to, because they don't have the competence, because they literally have very explicit incentives to do the opposite, right? So in order to create this situation, right, I think that organizational culture is important to really get people to internalize that value, but all the other things that we've talked about in the past, like competence, like explicit incentives, those things still matter, right? And we're trying to control for it to really focus, put the spotlight on that culture. But we have to realize that it's everything together that really influences.
I'm wearing my running shoes, well, more or less running shoes. Oof. Better than yesterday. Here you go, Anne.
Thank you. So Anne van Stralen, Maastricht University. So thank you for your very interesting presentation. I had a question on your variable cultural message. If I saw it correctly, it was significantly negative. So I was wondering whether you could reflect on a significant negative coefficient, so why it would actually decrease calibrated skepticism and the actions that they take, because I can see why just talking about why it's important matters. Only talking about would not matter, because you have to walk your talk. So I fully agree with that. But why it has a negative impact, that was a little bit puzzling to me. So can you reflect on that?
Yeah, very good question. We are still kind of debating this in our team because we were very puzzled by it too. As you said, right, it kind of makes sense that there wouldn't be an impact, but it's very significantly negative. And we have run lots, you see something you don't expect and you're like, oh, wait a minute, right? So we checked, is the coding right? We checked everything because we didn't really expect it. But maybe, and we have no evidence, but these are some of our thoughts, right? Maybe it has to do with actually people feeling that because there is this talk and there isn't enough of backing that up, that it creates kind of like a negative association, that it makes people feel like, no, that's not really what is wanted. We were also thinking that maybe, if there is a lot of emphasis on doing it in the right time, that maybe it wasn't as necessary because that was also something that came out of the questions, but we're still struggling with that ourselves. So if you have any ideas, we would love to hear them.
Lena, next question.
Very interesting project. So I really much, is it still on? Enjoy the presentation. And I just wanted to share some insights. So shameless self-promotion of our research, but you had the question, okay, does pride lead to retention and, you know, organizational commitment? And you also raised that in your presentation or in your discussion. And this is something we indeed find. So we didn't talk about it yesterday, but we call it professional identity, how much you identify with the audit profession overall. And what we also find, and I just thought I put that out there, is that if you identify too strongly, we suddenly see that the relationship flips. So that maybe there's some more perceived conflict with your own values and what you experience in the firms. So those are preliminary results, but we do find this. So it's, yeah, we do find it with increasing retention and organizational commitment. So I think that complements very nicely what you talked about there. I just wanted to share that.
Yes, yes. You see, everything comes back together. I think that's so nice that we've seen so much overlap between the different projects and confirmation of results by multiple studies.
Or Mustafa, somebody else? Oh, Petra
Choosing
first,
optimal
and then Ralph.
route.
Petra, ladies first, Ralph, sorry.
Hi, my name is Petra Tiemstra. Thank you very much for this insights, and also that you brought it towards something that is really practical and can be done in practice. Referring to that audit quality, there has been also, I thought, by the University of Maastricht, research on professional skepticism, and if you promote that very well, if you talk about professional skepticism, that professional skepticism is lowering, and perhaps that can be also with audit quality. I don't know if there's a correlation, but yeah.
So if you talk about it a lot?
Yeah, Therese isn't here, but she has done that's research as well. It's about professional. If you talk about professional skepticism a lot, that's professional skepticism because people think I'm now professional skeptical. They are so confident that professional skepticism is lowering. So perhaps that can be the same with audit quality. If you talk a lot about audit quality and you have to be very that it's reflect negative.
You think you're already there, right?
Yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
Oh, that's like the way we do things is what audit quality is, instead of being questioning yourself and putting that mirror in front of you and saying, is this really audit quality? Yeah, that's a very interesting insight. Thank you for that. We'll make sure to get that paper.
Well, and I know, well, I said ladies first, but there were 3 ladies in a row, right? Asking questions, so
yeah.
now I feel your pain.
In that case, the man is on top, huh? Yeah, yeah.
Ooh,
okay,
not, that was not my words. So,
okay.
Well,
anyway,
I think I'll have the last word, right?
Yeah,
very good, just man. Excellent.
Yeah, I really liked your presentation, so compliments for that. And I also like this notion of calibrated skepticism. I talked a lot with let's say all the team members, and sometimes you experience the fact that there's a lot of, let's say, review notes in the memos, but also our communication towards the client. Sometimes with review notes regarding the financial statements, what I often experience is that there seems hardly a threshold to think about, are all these comments also internally in our audit, but also externally in our communication to clients, are they really necessary? Are they really calibrated to a certain benchmark? And my question for you is, because I think it's really an important message for audit leadership, but also for team leadership, how can we calibrate better? How can we ingrain this in our culture better to stop this enormous load sometimes from memos of 6 pages where we have 80 review notes and where we have our junior people give 4 hours to resolve all these review notes. To give just one example why I know that somebody left our firm.
Yeah.
at least one of the reasons. That was, of course,
Yeah.
not the reason. But
Yeah.
Famous last words, Jasmijn?
Well, so this kind of reminds me of what we talked about is like ticking the boxes, right, of all the things that you need to do. And how Mark was saying, right, it's not that checklists aren't good, it's that mentality, right? But I think that if we start thinking about what we want as well-calibrated skepticism versus as just professional skepticism and we need to be conservative, but really embrace this idea that it needs to be well-calibrated, I think that we can push ourselves to not only think about the things that we should add, but also the things that are not really necessary, right? That should be part of putting that mirror in front of us and improving, is what are some of the things that take a lot of time, right? And are just not really that critical, not really that necessary, and better focus our time on where the pain really is. And I don't really know where that pain is, right? But I think that talking about it this way, we want it to be well calibrated. We want you to spend your time very efficiently. Go to the parts where you really think, right, there needs to be a critical assessment, and things that are kind of standardized. Well, maybe a computer can do that. I don't know, right? But I think that asking ourselves as a profession, how can we be well calibrated, is a first step in thinking about the practical implications of that. I think that's a good end, right?
Yes. Last words. Yes, so thank you very much. And also a double-sided sword.
Yes,
You
thank you.
cannot ignore for the best bites by far. Thank you, Robin, again for your discussion. So, you need a mic. Can Frank get mic'd up, please? And while he's being mic'd up, let me introduce Frank for the last but not least presentation. Frank is a full professor of management accounting and control at Maastricht University. So probably also not an auditing researcher, but a researcher doing research in auditing. And I think Frank and his team were amongst the first team to dare to step into the FAR project and join us in an audit proposal that was one of the most challenging, at least data-wise. So indeed he and his team, as well as the firm participating in this project, had to endure quite some challenges in gathering the right data. Yet here he is in presenting their first results, which I think is a great achievement. And thank you, Frank, for being here. Let me also introduce Kai, the discussant. Kai van den Elzen, he's an audit supervisor with KPMG, so he surely knows the ropes and also on how talent needs to be developed in practice, probably, or he is being developed. Well, surely you are being developed, right? So on his LinkedIn profile, he describes himself as someone who is always seeking for the right solutions for the right problems. Okay, so Kai, loss of talent is a problem, probably. So I'm looking forward to your discussion of the solution that Frank hopefully will present. Thank you for being here, Frank.
Thank you very much. Mic's on? Mic's on. Mic's on. This works? This works. Okay. Well, thank you, Olaf, for the introduction. Thank you for having me, and I'm very happy to indeed have some results, right? So I think we presented this project before in terms of the proposal. As the opening slide says, it's a joint work with Isabella Grabner and Judith Kunneke. But I'm the one here to present this work right now. So I think one of the earlier FAR conferences, like I said, we had the proposal, and now we're very happy to have some of the early results of this project. And yes, it was challenging, but I'm very happy to all the kind of liaisons for eventually giving us the data. And actually we had an additional request, and they were very happy to give us additional data, which means additional analysis, which will hopefully come pretty soon. So what are we doing in this project, right? What we did was basically step back, and again, I'm not an auditor researcher, just like Jasmijn. My field is more in managerial accounting, but the auditing context is a super interesting context to examine things like performance management, incentive issues, career issues, etc. And so what we did basically is look at this audit perspective and step back and say, well, the critical input are human beings, right? It's the people that do the audit. It doesn't matter how much artificial intelligence you will implement, it will always be a human judgment at the end of the day. And so the input is really critical. And so what we kind of looked at is, well, this what we call potential identification, actually the project called loss of talent, but talent is a very difficult word, and not to pronounce, but to explain. And so what kind of we looked at is, well, this is the most valuable asset the firm has, so we want to look at how do you manage that, how do you identify it, and how do you make sure it's not going to leave, right? So there's a increased shortage on the labor market in general. The more younger people are way more mobile than they used to be. And so it's really important to, once the people are in the firm, right? So how do you keep the right people? We're not looking in this project on the selection part. So other projects have looked at that or kind of hinted at that issue in terms of what's the selection mechanism that's important. How do we attract new people? Should we be attracting psychologists or philosophers, etc.? We're not looking at that. It doesn't mean it's not important. We simply have to kind of focus. So the research question in general is, to what extent is talent identified in an audit firm, right? And that's a very broad question. So the first question is, again, what's talent? Every time we presented this, it was always, what is talent actually? And so we had a little bit difficulty in really kind of explaining it. I, as an academic, obviously can have a very theoretical definition of it. But eventually we kind of look at the issue in terms of your potential to perform well in a more complex future role, right? So it's not about how well you do in your current position, but how well would you potentially be doing if you grow in the organization to the next position. So that's what we look at, potential. And in this particular project, we really kind of distinguish two different things, right? So one is technical knowledge, which you get by instruction, right? So it's the students in such a classroom as this. You learn financial accounting, you learn auditing, etc. That's the technical knowledge, right? You learn bookkeeping. But then we have the tacit knowledge, which is something you learn by experience, which is you learn from your peers how to make a trade-off, right? We talked about professional skepticism. We've talked about the trades yesterday. We know that auditors at the higher level, there's still a lot of variation in their quality, right? And so tacit knowledge is one of these aspects, is knowledge that's being gained through experience and learning from others, right? It also allows you potentially to apply technical knowledge in a better way, right? So you can learn something in class, but how to make trade-offs and how to make decisions is something you learn subsequently in practice. And some people are better at developing that, and this is what sort of might potentially be driving the whole thing of potential. What is it we call with identify? Given that my background is about performance measurement and incentives, it's about how we early on assess this particular type of knowledge that will matter at a later career stage, right? So it's again not about how well you're doing in your current position, but we are assessing certain characteristics that matter at a later career stage. That's what we mean with identify. And I also have the main conclusions on there. So typically, if this would be an academic presentation and everybody read the work, we can stop and then ask questions. So it's not really comforting. So actually what we show is that the knowledge that is really important to deliver high audit quality as an engagement partner is exactly the characteristic or the aspects that's being ignored when evaluating people who are your potential future engagement partners, right? And that's sort of not really the, to be honest, it's sort of the conclusion we expected, but not the conclusion we hope for from an auditing perspective, from the audit field. Okay, so because it's, I'm not going to have coefficients, I'm not going to have tables. You know, my talk is completely focused on the practitioner side. And given that I knew that Yasmin was before me, I knew she would steal minutes anyway, so my presentation is shorter as well. So the data we have is this combination of survey and archival data. And yes, like Olof indicated, we had we didn't expect it in the beginning, but it was very challenging for the firm to deliver all the data, and we're very happy that eventually it worked out very well. Right? So we have the survey data and archival, which we can nicely link. You know, the center data allows us to not only have anonymity guarantee, but also to be assured that we can actually link all the different data sets. And so the survey we actually use to measure this aspect of technical and tacit knowledge, right? And so there's no database that will open up and say, well, this individual, Jan Bouwens, we don't know the name, but number ID, this technical knowledge very limited, and tacit knowledge very high, or something like this. This doesn't exist, right? So we need to measure that with the survey. So we had the survey. The technical knowledge is really related to, like I said before, quite the academic, the accounting and auditing knowledge you learn in class from training, a university degree, and your postgraduate degree, etc. So it's kind of learned from instruction. And then we have tacit knowledge, which is a form of procedural knowledge, and has actually gained by experience, as I said before. Now, how do we measure that in the survey? It's very extensive. It also builds on earlier work, among others, with Jasmijn and Mark, where we kind of confront the auditors as a respondent with in this case, I think 50 different scenarios, and you have to respond to how would you actually act in this particular setting, and then we benchmark these responses with the leadership of the audit firm. And of course, the more you're in line with the leadership of the audit firm, the higher your tacit knowledge is. At least that's how we measure it. It also implies that tacit knowledge is firm-specific, right? So the audit firm in question in this case, if somebody within this audit firm would have high tacit knowledge, that same individual might not have the same high tacit knowledge if it would move to a different Big Four firm, right? So it's very specific to the firm. So that was very extensive, and we're very happy that the response rate was high because if you need for one construct already 50 questions, you can imagine that I guess the respondents were not that happy, but we were happy that they actually took the effort to fill everything in. And then we have the archival data, right? So we have all the personnel files, which is sort of going back in terms of when did the individual enter the firm, what's the performance evaluation on an annual basis, how many hours did they work in which engagement, all these detailed data. And what's really important for our study here is that we have data on both how well do they perform in the current position and what's the potential rating that was provided to them, right? So we have this 9-box perspective in terms of you can be low, medium, high in your current performance, and you can be low, medium, high in a potential assessment. And then we have the engagement data, and of course I'll explain in a minute why we need all this data, where we eventually, because that's the core of the FAR, I think, right? So we want to, the FAR has as purpose, how can we get research to improve audit quality, right? And so here we have the audit engagement data where we have the internal quality reviews of the audit engagements that we examine, and we use that as a measure of audit quality, right? Is that the measure of audit quality in general? That's the best. I don't know. I think it is for sure the best measure that we can use in our study, and it's also the most applicable one, because it's what actually the firm themselves define as audit quality, right? So whether the firm is correct in that, that's the second question. That's a more philosophical question. But if this is what they want to achieve, then this is also the people that they want to get through the organization the organization wants them to achieve this particular quality, right? So this is how we sort of address this. So what does the analysis look like? I have 2 parts that I will present here, but there's actually, strictly speaking, 4 parts, and I will kind of briefly touch on that. So the first part is really, because we're talking about loss of talent, potential identification, the first step is really to kind of, from an academic perspective, to figure out what's actually potential, right? So can we figure out some characteristics? Again, so Lena and Jerry presented yesterday the perspective that, well, what's the auditor style? Is there an auditor style? Didn't present that work, but it was built on it. Given that we have variation, there might be certain personality traits that matter. Well-calibrated professional skepticism matters. And so if it all matters, right, it should be associated with higher audit quality, or in this case, a higher quality rating of the engagement you're working on. So the first step, basically what we do in this project is, okay, given our focus on technical knowledge and tacit knowledge, are these actually associated, if you're an engagement partner, signing off on the engagement, if we have variation in that, is that associated with a higher quality of the audit, right? If that's not the case, then our project would, strictly speaking, be dead at that point. So we already anticipated that, of course, we're going to find something. But the key question here, of course, is from our perspective, what's the balance between technical and tacit knowledge, right? So once we would have identified what matters at the engagement partner level, so let's assume that we're stepping away from our measures, but that a calibrated professional skepticism matters, well, maybe then it's important to import that, kind of include that in evaluating your lower level employees, right? If you're a senior, if you're a manager, you might want to evaluate these characteristics in these individuals because they might be or are supposed to be the future engagement partners. And if it matters at that level, we want to kind of evaluate that. So the second part is, okay, is that whatever matters at the engagement partner level, is that being incorporated in the performance evaluation and potential assessment of the individuals? And if you ignore that, then obviously you're misidentifying talent. Right? That's sort of the strict conclusion. Part 3 is that we can now do, because like I said before, we had already a large data request, but we got additional data, so now we can actually look also at the turnover of these individuals, so who actually left the organization subsequent to our kind of analysis of kind of gathering the data. And then the fourth part is the gender issue in the sense of, from a strictly speaking, a binary perspective. So is sort of the females or males more or less likely to leave the organization? Is that associated with how they were evaluated? And is that associated with tacit knowledge, et cetera? Right, so that's the fourth part where basically we go back to part 1, 2, and 3, but lay on that sort of the diversity issue of this question. Important note, none of our findings that I'm going to present can be credibly attributed to anything that we missed in the analysis. Like I said, I will spare you the econometric details. So you simply have to trust me, just like you should be trusting accountants to begin with. But I'm not an accountant, so be careful. Okay, so what do we actually find? What we find in the first step is that technical knowledge matters, right? So whether you're technically a good accountant is associated, we're not making any causal claims here, is associated with higher rating of the quality rating of the engagement. But tacit knowledge as well. And actually, more importantly, what we find is that if you start comparing which one is more important, the tacit knowledge is way more important than technical knowledge. And based on some kind of economic impact, we could say that's a ratio of 5 to 3, right? So it's 1.6, 1.7 to 1, so it's 5 to 3. Meaning that tacit knowledge is way more important than technical knowledge in delivering high audit quality. Again, that doesn't mean that technical knowledge is not important. It simply means that tacit knowledge is relatively more important than for audit quality. And that's sort of consistent with previous research in the sense that if you move up the hierarchy, the technical knowledge will not become irrelevant, but other stuff will be added that becomes more and more relevant, right? And sort of this result is consistent with it. It's also what we expected, and of course, also hoped for to find. And but we were happy to kind of have this result. But then the critical part comes in terms of, okay, so now we have established that tacit knowledge, which is, I admit, a very abstract term, but maybe part of that could be well-calibrated professional skepticism, right, that you develop over your experience. And by looking at other people, right, so also the discussant that we just had is, well, you can be happy that somebody asks a question in class, but not when he or she is doing the audit. Well, this is where your role as a manager comes in, right? So because your behavior as a manager will spill over to your subordinates. And so if you actually are not allowing this particular behavior to come up, you're not developing these individuals either, right? But what we find is that the only thing that matters in terms of our two dimensions in both evaluating current performance of the auditors, but also in terms of potential assessment, is technical knowledge. So higher technical knowledge, you have a higher performance assessment, and you have a higher potential assessment. But tacit knowledge is unrelated to both of them, right? So whether you have high or low tacit knowledge, your performance rating is the same, and your potential assessment is the same, right? And so what we have here is typically the core cause of what we call the Peter principle. Now, strictly speaking, the Peter Principle implies that people get promoted to the level of incompetence, right? I don't want to go as far, but it means essentially inefficient promotion decisions, right? And so the reason for that typically is that you're evaluating stuff that's currently important and also making promotion decisions. And so ignoring stuff that would matter in the future. The other thing that's important is, well, if people have this tacit knowledge and they might be aware of it, right, they might be feeling undervalued by their leaders, which is most kind of the number one reasons why people typically leave these days, so they don't feel valued, right? And that's not specific to the auditing industry. This is very, very general, right? So in any industry, there's a big discussion going on that people feel undervalued by their leaders. And this might be one reason why that's the case, because you're simply ignoring stuff that is actually relevant for not only the profession, but also for the individual itself. Right? Okay, so what's our contribution to academic knowledge? Well, prior research, when you really look at senior auditors, right, has shown that if you have higher tacit knowledge, your performance rating is better, right? So it does actually have a link when you're really up the hierarchy. Now, my previous work with Yasmin and Mark, among others, we show that part of the reason why that's the case is because these seniors are very good at developing their own auditors, their employees, right? So they're very good at developing the human capital that's underneath, that they manage. So a manager who has high tacit knowledge is also better able to develop this tacit knowledge in their employees. So what we actually do in this study is, well, provide another reason, right? So the other reason why these managers or these kind of seniors have better ratings is because if you have higher tacit knowledge, the engagement, the audit quality and engagement is higher, right? Because you might be better at simply managing the engagement team and et cetera, the issues revolving that engagement team, leading to a higher audit quality. Because at the end of the day, audit quality, of course, is a function of the team, but the engagement partner is the one who's responsible and leading the team at the end of the day. The other thing that we do is we extend research, kind of recent research by both kind of economists, Benson, Lee, and Xu, but also other kind of related work with Isabella and Judith, where we actually show is that, well, these potential assessments are by definition subjective, right? There is no number. We have to make an assessment about how well people would do in the future. And what we show in a professional service setting, but Benson, Lee, and Xu do that in a retail setting, is that these ratings actually are very poor at predicting how well people actually do once they get promoted. And so this could be because of random inaccuracies, right? We're simply bad at subjective assessments. Sometimes we overvalue, sometimes we undervalue. But actually what our study here shows is this is actually systematic, right? You're systematically ignoring something that's relevant at a later career stage in evaluating juniors right now. And this is a little bit more fundamental problem than simply saying it's a random inaccuracy. Right? So definitely more research is needed on other characteristics that might be systematically ignored, right? So maybe well-calibrated professional skepticism is something that will be ignored. I think Lena yesterday presented something about a characteristic that mattered at the senior level, or didn't matter at the junior level. Maybe there's something that's being ignored, right? So we're not talking about tacit knowledge being the only thing that's being ignored here. Potentially there might be more things. And the other question, of course, is what causes this problem to occur? Is this really very much focused on the current situation, the current job, which typically is the case? Is it the issue because it's subjective and future-oriented? Want to hold on to something that's more objective and day-to-day, which means you're focusing on the past? We don't know, right? There's a lot of research necessary to kind of figure out what the cause of the problem is. We just, in this case, indicate there is a problem. So what's the contribution to audit quality, kind of the protectionist side? Well, obviously, if we believe, and I think that's the case, that people are the key driver of audit quality, then also kind of having the right individuals in the organization is key to that, which means poor identification of talent is a problem. And our results suggest that this is indeed a problem. Right? Of course, the next step, like I said, the part 3 of the study would be the actual turnover issues. Because one caveat is, well, you might be poor at it, but still people stay for some reason, right? It could be the case. I leave that open for the next conference. I can come back and kind of present the third. This is not a self-invitation, by the way, but So, but how might this be tackled, right? So, I think one thing that's important, and that comes out of not only this study, but also other studies in kind of related areas, is you really have to revisit the skill set that you think is needed later in the career stage, right? And you have to map that out carefully. And so, it's not about what you need now, it's about what you need later, right? Of course, if you don't have the skills relevant for the current position, then okay, that might not be fit to begin with. But it's really important to kind of revisit the skill set. Sounds like a trivial advice, but evidence, not only in this study, but other studies show it's not that trivial, apparently. This is really critical. So develop and carefully select supervisors, right? Not every auditor is a good supervisor. And so you might be able to know what skills or kind of competencies are relevant, but if you cannot see it because you don't have them yourself, that's going to be a problem, right? And that sort of goes back to my work with Jasmijn and Mark, where we also see that those who actually have tacit knowledge, for example, themselves, are way better able to identify that in other individuals. This is something I, in the coffee break, talked about with, amongst other, Jeroen, in terms of you provide employees with opportunities outside the current job function, right? If it is about things you might be able to do in a future position that's not your current job, how do we know that these people actually are able to do it? Well, you know, give them a little bit more room, allow them to make mistakes, right? So it's a cultural change. So everything comes back to this whole thing. And so challenge them and kind of provide this room for learning. And I think this learning opportunity, if you don't provide the junior auditors with this opportunity, you're not going to develop much of the tacit knowledge. And so this is really kind of a critical thing, because you can also see not only in terms of you give them a learning opportunity, but you also can observe whether they improve and therefore actually might be fit for the next position. And I think last but not least is this thing that we often hear, which of course coming from the field of management accounting hurts my heart, where they always say that this whole assessment of potential and assessment of performance, such as the side activity, it's not a core activity. Who cares about it? You know, it's taking time away from other stuff that's really relevant. And of course, that's what you want to avoid. Right? You have to kind of start treating this as an actual part of your job as a supervisor to evaluate your potential and performance of your employees. And it's not about taking time away from real work. Right? I know it's not easy, but that's actually, you know, that's part of your job. Just for formality, because it's also kind of a hint for a couple of minutes, a knowledge sharing plan. Well, obviously, as an academic, we present at conferences and write articles. But I think really kind of in following up the purpose of FAR, the issue is also to kind of write up something from the more practitioner-oriented journals and more the takeaways, kind of to avoid the regression coefficient and the stars, and talk about the actual result for practice in terms of what can we learn from this, what might be the implication, what might we be able to do about it, but also indicate what don't we know, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff we don't know. And kind of going back to Jan's question, kind of comment yesterday, sometimes you can make a decision without any evidence. That's okay, but sometimes you might want to have more evidence, right? And I think the FAR is here to kind of provide us more evidence. But then we also have to put that in a sort of a outlet that we know practitioners read. And let's be honest, a limited number of academics read the top academic journals, and maybe rightfully so. On that note, thank you very much.
Kai, go ahead. Looking forward to your discussion.
I also want to thank Frank for his a really nice research, because I think it's a really nice topic to discuss with you about. Because I'm a supervisor at KPMG, and I also feeling sometimes this way. So I'm also really looking to. I was really also shocked by your research, because you said that tacit knowledge was not really valued, or not in the performance ratings. So I'm really wondering, how did you define the tacit knowledge for the engagement partners, and also how does that reflect in my case, for example? Because I know that, for example, now we are also in the trajectory of for getting promotions, and for my feeling, I'm really also get the opportunity to develop myself, also for goals for next job levels. So I'm really wondering how you look to that. And also how that resonates with your own research.
Well, regarding the measurement, like I said before, so the tacit knowledge is really kind of you have these scenarios that you provide to the respondent. And you need always a benchmark, right? And so in this case, we had the leadership. I think it was about 15 senior partners that were the benchmark. So there's a lot of partners who are engagement partners who are not amongst that group. And so they had to fill out the same scenarios and same questions and same comments and same responses and benchmark with the top leadership. And so the more they deviate from it, the lower the tacit knowledge. And again, this is from an academic perspective a nice measure. Obviously, you're not going to, on an annual basis, confront your subordinates with or kind of employees with 50 questions or more to kind of measure the tacit knowledge on an annual basis, right? So you have to figure out what is in your case tacit knowledge. So it could be the calibrated professional skepticism. It might be easy to measure. I don't know. But I think the critical part that we observe, not only in this study but also in earlier studies, is that if there is no problem, right, then the variation in the tacit knowledge at the top should be very small. But there's a lot of variation going on. And some of these people who are at that level actually have a lower tacit knowledge than people who are at the manager level. On average, they have a higher tacit knowledge, but there's still a lot of people. There's overlapping distributions, as we say. And so that's really the critical problem. And I think, again, I mean, from a practice perspective, tacit knowledge is not something we're going to implement that in the performance evaluation on an annual basis. But the concept is something you have to think about. What is it that in our firm is a specific set of skills that we would consider like tacit knowledge that we can evaluate on an annual basis? Right?
Did you also see what kind of skills that are now?
Not in our study, no. But again, I mean, I would say that.
But do you have an idea? Because I was really wondering.
No, I mean, we kind of had the presentations yesterday. I mean, now kind of the most recent that resonates with me is a calibrated professional skepticism, right?
Yeah.
This could be something that that's not being taught in class, right? I mean, we can talk about risk, we can talk about accounting and auditing, but you're not going to learn professional skepticism in class. It's something that you learn on the go, that you learn it from your supervisor, how he or she behaves, right? But it also might be, it's a little bit more tangible, and also something we might be able on an annual basis to evaluate among the junior level employees.
Oh, nice. And you also said that opportunity to implement something is like really a mentoring kind of thing. But how do you want to resonate that with the practical experience? Because I work on a lot of different teams, and not always with the same manager or with the same team members below me. But how do you think that a firm can structure that?
Well, that's a good question. That depends a little bit in the sense of, I mean, you could have a mentor that's not always the same manager on your engagement, for example, right? So you work with other people, but you still have somebody who is a mentor, right? And so that we have the same thing as an academic. You can work on a different type of research project, but you still might have a certain mentor that guides you in a general setting, right? So you're allowed to work with different people. Have different people that are your manager on an engagement. You work with different people who actually might be below you to get this broader experience. But you still have somebody who, at the end of the day, and that of course individual has a responsibility to get the information from other people in terms of how well are you doing on the engagements, right? And then hoping that these other people provide accurate information about how you do the engagement. I mean, that's a non-trivial problem, I understand, but that would be one way to look at it and do it.
Yeah, that's where my question. I don't know if there are also questions out of the.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
There's a question of Jasmijn. Can you throw the mic there?
Where's the mic?
And an applause for Kai.
Thanks for the presentation, Frank. Very nice. So it seemed that you guys had the underlying implicit assumption that there is kind of this perfect profile that has a certain amount of tacit knowledge versus a certain amount of technical knowledge, right? That there's, on average, this perfect person. But so how, to this conference, we also talked about working in teams and how different people can have a different role in teams, which, maybe it's not right for everybody to really trying to develop this tacit knowledge. And for some people, really hone in on the technical knowledge makes more sense. Have you guys reflected on that?
And you're asking me now, so I can reflect on it right now. In the sense of, we're looking at the engagement partner level, right? So the first step in terms of doesn't matter for audit quality, it does matter. And it could be the case that some of this tacit knowledge is how do you set up your team, right? I mean, there's not always 100% kind of freedom of choice because it also depends on the availability of the juniors. But in that planning stage and the setting up the team, you can actually get people together with a different background. So that's one way to look at it. Of course, I think what you're kind of aiming at is, well, in evaluating people potential or performance in the junior level, not everybody has to have tacit knowledge, right? So somebody could be more technical and still be of high value in the organization. I guess that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
It's like one thing is like you have to be this way, or we acknowledge, right, all these different things and already start carving out paths versus, having one evaluation of one.
I agree. But I think still, I mean, like I said, the technical knowledge will not become irrelevant, right? So it will always be relevant. But I think on average, you should be still in a position where tacit knowledge should be the most critical characteristic we're looking for in terms of potential. That doesn't mean that somebody who has technical knowledge but not tacit or lower tacit knowledge doesn't have value for the firm. All right, but then we also go through a different discussion in terms of, okay, should we kind of get rid of the whole, or is it good indeed that the upper out system is not there or under pressure, right? Because otherwise we still have to make a decision. I would still say there's always a reason why some people with lower tacit knowledge might be growing the organization, but my perspective would be on average, it should still be the case that tacit knowledge should matter in going up the organization, right? So because it doesn't imply that technical knowledge is becoming irrelevant. It just means that other things are relevant. But it is under pressure. I mean, so the caveat I came up with in our study, going kind of discussion yesterday and also today is, it could be that if the audit firms have perfect foresight, right, that they know that what's relevant right now for audit quality is not going to be relevant 5 years from now. And this is the reason why they don't evaluate it in their own junior employees. I don't think this perfect foresight is a plausible perspective.
Michael has a question, and then Mark is here.
I don't think that's true indeed. So
no,
no, I had a question. Maybe you didn't look at it, but I mean, from the perspective of when people have joined, and apparently certainly in the first years, we don't seem to do the complete assessment. Is that different from when we do the recruiting? Because I can imagine when you do recruiting, you don't only tend to look at the technical knowledge. At least there's much more focus on the broader development of people. So is there a difference between recruiting and maybe evaluation in the first couple of years? I don't know whether you've looked at it, but at least it puzzles me.
No, we haven't looked at it, but that's something we would have loved to, and we were at a stage when we're kind of looking at the whole discussion about what data would we like to have. The focus was always on, once people are in, how to keep the more talented ones, whatever that might be. That doesn't, like I said at the beginning, the recruitment stuff. I know that the audit firm we were talking to had a very interesting process, and there were data, but everything is covered by privacy, and actually meaning that every data they have eventually was even for them anonymous, right? So we couldn't do anything with it. But I do believe indeed that what we might be looking at is already after the initial screening. The firm already has, or the firms in general already have a better group of people with tacit knowledge, right? Because it could be that the ones who have really low tacit knowledge, whatever that might be, already screened out. Because we know that in the screening mechanism, it's not only about what's your grade for, leren van accountscontrole, but it's also about other stuff, right? And the more you kind of emphasize that, the more you pick out stuff in terms of how people might develop this more tacit stuff once they're in the firm. So I do believe indeed that I always want to make a very critical point. So you all have a problem, but the problem might be a little bit less severe once the recruitment indeed takes into account other stuff. Completely true. Yeah. Well, I'm also kind of the defense here is that this is not unique to the auditing setting, right? We see this. This is very unique to the auditing setting.
So I didn't catch how correlated, how associated was technical knowledge and tacit knowledge in the young professionals, and have you had a chance to look? I mean, you can say that's something to be determined later, or looked at later. But I was also curious: is the finding that tacit knowledge does not load? Does that differ across levels of technical knowledge? It might be, as you were kind of alluding to just now, that once you get a certain level of technical knowledge, maybe they start saying, well, this person might have a future.
True. So the correlation, I cannot remember from the top of my head, but it's definitely not high, right? So I remember from our earlier study, it was also very low. We did do, again, I'm really quickly thinking about what kind of analysis we ran. We did look at some kind of interactions, right? So what's the interaction between technical and tacit knowledge in terms of the assessments? We didn't find anything. Again, I'm not really 100% sure, but this will be something indeed you will be thinking about, right? It doesn't matter because, let's be honest, you also don't want somebody who will be an engagement partner who has no clue about accounting, right? Even though apparently everybody can be an accountant these days, at some point in time you really need to know what you're talking about. And so it could be that once you jump to a certain level, then it will kick in, right? So we might do some kind of more sophisticated type of analysis.
I don't think you mentioned this, but you looked at different audit firms, right? Data from different firms. It's just one firm. Okay, then my question goes away.
Thank you, Willem, for your awesome question.
Who's next? Robin. Can I have the mic? Sorry. Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Maybe this is out of the scope of your research, but then I would like to give it into consideration. Once that you knew what professionals you should look for that are talented, let's say, so the ones with the tacit knowledge, would it be possible to link certain dissatisfiers to those kind of persons, in the sense that, let's say, persons with high tacit knowledge are like more susceptible to certain dissatisfiers that they condemn as more important, perhaps, which would make them more likely to leave early on?
I mean, we cannot do the study if it's not in the survey, right? There might be something in the survey we can think of in terms of once you have high tacit knowledge, you're indeed with these characteristics more likely to leave. The whole kind of turnover stuff is something we're still looking at, right? Because now we got the new data, and again, I'm very thankful to the FAR Center data and the firm, obviously, for giving this additional data, because now we can say, okay, we did the survey in a particular year, we had all the archival data. But now we can actually have a couple of years later in terms of, okay, how many of these people that, for example, have high tacit knowledge were not really identified as high potential, are they more or less likely to leave? Is that, yes or no, a gender issue, for example? Is this related to something else that might be going on? So it goes a little bit in the direction of what you're hinting at. But yeah, a follow-up study could clearly kind of indicate that, well, typically high tacit knowledge people really value this, and that in the job, right? So if you want to keep these people, make sure you kind of tackle that. Very good point.
You had a question? Jan.
Oh, thank you very much. I think it's a fascinating study, and I've been waiting for years. I was at least as impatient as you, so I really bear it with you and your co-authors. My question is, to what there's a study by Jacob that has looked at teachers, and it finds that the principal is actually very good at identifying, who is a good and who's not a good teacher. Very, very good, actually. And my question is, to what extent is it actually the case that when these partners are selected, when these employees are selected to become a partner, right, that it's just the case that these partners, know who is good and who's not good. In other words, that it is not that relevant actually that you measure their tested knowledge. That they actually can assess that. Is that possible in the study that you do?
Jan, everything's possible,
No.
but it's highly unlikely. No, I mean, so the point would be that whatever you would say as being a critical characteristic, right? So whether we call it tacit knowledge or we call it like this calibrated professional skepticism, as soon as there's a lot of variation at the high level, the identification process didn't work out well, right? Because what you would like to have is, like before we get the people inside the firm, there's a lot of variation in certain characteristics. But if we believe that certain characteristics are relevant, then of course the distribution will become narrower once we go up the hierarchy. Because that means now we have the perfect engagement partner. Of course there will be variation. But if the variation is so huge that we have people at the manager level that have more of the better characteristics than somebody who's an engagement partner, my interpretation is there's something wrong. Well, it didn't go perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
One last question, maybe? Dare to choose? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you
for an excellent presentation. Oh, wait. This is becoming a collector's item. Frank, you're forgetting your collector's item. The unavoidable far planche.
Thank you
Both
very much.
sides. Thank you very much.
The best part.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent discussion. Okay. Where are my notes?
No, I know.
All right. I guess this brings us to the closing reflections. A bit early, and probably a bit shorter than half an hour scheduled. But still, there are some important things to reflect on. And before we end with the thank yous, of course. And before I invite my co-conspirator Jan Bouwens to share his reflections, I guess I want to reflect on the theme and our key performance indicators of these 2 days. And the theme was, of course, inside out and outside in. And we had 3 key performance indicators. That was research, contribute to the community building, and of course, knowledge sharing. And I'm kind of thrilled, excited. Well, let's not use thrilled. I'm excited, right? More professional. I'm excited that we are now able to present actual results from great research done in a systematic fashion with data gathered from practice. And Willem, it was actually an excellent question to Frank. Is it one firm or more firms? Sometimes we do research like other projects with all FAR affiliated firms. Sometimes you can do great research with one firm only, simply because you need the data that is very specific to the context and the management controls of that specific firm. And this is also a development that we are exploring, whether, we discussed it yesterday over drinks, before dawn or before dusk, I don't know. Anyway, it was still light. That we also do research projects with specific firms due to the specific context. So I think that's a good point. So community building, I think we can check that box. Because we had a full house yesterday and today, and it was great to have a physical conference again. And then there's our third KPI, which is knowledge sharing or knowledge exchange. And we put in the extra effort. And I like that somebody yesterday said, I'm amazed about, somebody from practice, by the way. I'm amazed about the practical implications that those researchers can present and the questions that get asked. So I think that deserves an applause for ourselves for meeting that KPI, right? So before I ask Jan, I'm also struck with what Frank told us, ignoring capabilities that are important for future potential and performance. And I just didn't want you to sugarcoat it that it also applies to other professions, but it also applies to academic research and maybe also to FAR, but we don't want that. And I was thinking of what I learned from my PhD supervisor is you have to ask the questions today that are relevant in 5 years or 10 years times maybe. And we did so like 7 years ago. And you see with the presentations today, those are very relevant. So I guess we need to ask, continue to ask those questions that are relevant and that need real answers, Mark, right? Real answers. So with that, Jan, may I invite you as my co-conspirator, partner in crime, to share some of your reflections?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. So I first want to thank I want to thank the audience for asking all these important questions. And sometimes someone asks a question, and later on I peek on his name card to see whether is this an academic or is this something from practice. And I just think that it is, that it is such a great achievement that I cannot tell the difference in most cases actually, whether it is an academic or someone from practice, to see to what level this discussion has evolved actually. So that is excellent. More on the presentations that we saw over these 2 days. So we actually started with a sort of assignment. So we are assigned actually to observe more frauds than we do, right? So that means that both the audit profession as well as the academics have the assignment to actually find out, how well are we actually in finding out these frauds, and what can we learn from the frauds that have been identified. So that is a big assignment that Hanso van Beuzekom gave us yesterday. The other is that commercialism is actually not necessarily a bad thing, right? It can actually also improve quality of the audit. So we have to start thinking about that too. So commercialism is something that has become a little bit dirty, at least here in Europe. But maybe it's not, right? So maybe commercialism is not such a bad thing. And we are, of course, very much looking forward to the results of the study that Marleen Wilkens, in that respect, was presenting yesterday. We also saw that leadership skills are inducing audit quality. That was so leadership skills, right? That these are important. These style and the skills, how important these are. And actually, that also came out in your study and in your study, right? The importance of that. So that is something that Jerry Francis and Lena Pieper actually really, learned us, how to look at that and why to look at that, and how that is related actually also to technical skills, which I found actually a surprising result. And I still have to discuss a lot on that because there's a lot that I do not understand on this, but very interesting results, I think. Then, of course, what I also found very interesting later on yesterday was during the busy season talks, it was actually emphasized how important it is that whatever level an auditor is in the team, he or she should be able to speak up, right? He or she should be able to speak up. And today we also saw in the presentations and in the discussions basically that it's not always the case that people are invited to speak up. So, we really have to further develop that understanding of when is it actually very conducive that people speak up. It cannot be the case that it is always good that people speak up. So we really have to develop there much more understanding than we have now on this on this topic. But the discussion in busy season talk was very clear on that we have to think more about this. Yeah, and then of course we had Chibbe. Where is Chibbe? Chibbe was there. Oh, hello, Chibbe. An excellent presentation. I really enjoyed this presentation. And actually, to me, it emphasized so much how important it is that we keep emphasizing and studying auditing in the ecosystem, because nobody cares about an annual report that's not filed, because no one can read it, right? Only a few people can read it. So we really need to keep thinking of, how can we make sure that everyone in this chain, in this ecosystem, is actually delivering And that is, you know, that is something that I really learned from your study, how important that is, apart from other things that I learned from your study. Again on it, so we have to make sure that this ecosystem is well developed and supported. Then this morning we also had, of course, our famous panel, and one very important observation that I would like to make about that, and also, I guess, you know, is steering new research questions, is that how important it is that you feel backed, right? That the auditor feels backed if he or she is going to oppose to a position, that he or she is being backed, and that is something that is developing in the profession as an important aspect of the work. I think actually that is very important in the end, you know, also in retaining people in a firm, right? That they feel backed, and I guess we need some more study in that too, right? This is something that is actually steering a study into me. Jasmijn had a great position about how important it is that you know, that you feel contributing to that you want to contribute to society, right? To be skeptical, to become sufficiently skeptical. What struck me is that, you know, also getting to the bottom, right? So that we are looking actually for people who like to get to the bottom. That is more likely that they are also more skeptical. I think that is an important insight that I actually, you know, that I think cannot be overemphasized how important that is, and it appears from your study that it is important next to competence. And what I then find very interesting is actually Robin's discussion on it. You know, so when I have this skeptical junior, you know, I actually hate that because I feel time pressure then, right? I can't deliver my audit in time. And again, this also stirred to me, you know. So we need more study into this, you know. So under which conditions is it good, or to what extent is it good, or helpful, I should say, in terms of audit quality, that you feel this pressure and act on it, and how will you act on it? What I further hope is that all people who are named Peter in this room do not feel that Frank was looking down on them when he was talking about the Peter principle, because Peter is a last name actually, and it was Peter and Hull who actually brought this in the literature, this idea of the Peter principle, which is that, you know, that you keep being promoted to the point that you actually show to be incompetent for that particular job, and that's an important insight indeed. It is astonishing, you know, to see that what is important as a partner, that is not in their performance measure actually. That is astonishing. I think that is something that all of us will remember when they walk out of this room. So this is a great insight, and actually needs more study, Frank, because I'm puzzled by it probably as much as you are. So congratulations with that result, actually, that you find something that is really, really puzzling, and that we need to keep thinking about for the next for many more studies, I guess. So you know, really, really, I mean, I really enjoyed all the discussions that we had, and I really want to thank everyone so much for contributing. Of course, all the presenters and all the discussants, but also the participants. You know, it's just incredible how much discussion we had. So Olof and I were so proud yesterday evening when we observed that normally we had to stir the discussion. So we are now here with for the seventh time. We didn't have to stir any discussion. So discussions just came about, right? So it was really. So I want to congratulate you on that and thank you for that. So, and I'll give the floor back to Olaf?
Yeah, but don't leave the floor, Jan.
Okay.
So, of course, before we go to lunch, it's time for
Lunch,
thank
right?
yous, right? You already thank the audience. This conference wouldn't have been possible without, of course, the guys from the technique, visionary minds. I like that their name. I don't know why they are called visionary minds, but you know, it's stuck in my mind.
It's good.
I'd like to thank Ferry, who is still drawing and sharing all that we discussed in a manner that you can hang on the wall or look on to his pictures. I think that's great work. I want to thank Sander, who's still busy working, making photographs, and the video guy. I want to thank Luc, who's on the live stream, and all the participants on the live stream for joining us, and Luc for writing his report.
I just said hi, Luc.
Only now?
No, well, that's yesterday also.
Oh, okay, okay, that's very good. So, I just also want to thank you for keeping following FAR and all our production. I think, you know, our investments in the past are now starting to pay out. So follow us on LinkedIn, in the practice notes, master classes, in-house sessions, drawings, whatever we have. So, and of course I want to thank our operational director, Janine Lemstra, who made this all possible. And I want to thank three persons in particular. And I just, they're sitting here, right? And I'm just, shall we ask them to stand up?
Yeah, of course we do.
Okay, so you hand out the presents and ask them to stand up. So first Mustafa. Mustafa is our star, on the horizon, our new star in the team. And I want to thank you very much for taking care of data gathering, of course, but also for these 2 days. Thank you very much, and we're so happy that you are on the team. Yeah, thank you. An applause for Mustafa. A small token of our appreciation.
Thank you, Mustafa.
And of course then,
good here.
Of course then we have the ladies. And I cannot express our appreciation enough, because you are not only so kind, so professional. Actually, I didn't notice anything that went wrong.
No.
And it's just a big pleasure for us just to step into the room, know that everything is arranged, don't worry about anything, and just enjoy the conference.
Yep.
And we were very able to, and I think all of us, to enjoy the conference. So a big warm applause for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very
El
much.
Grillo.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, have we forgotten anything?
I'm not sure. No, I don't think.
No? Okay. With that, we
finish?
close this 7th FAR conference, this 5th physical FAR conference, and we hope to see you next year around the same dates, probably.
Yep.
We're not sure yet, because we're of course planning with other conferences, but looking forward to see you next year or somewhere soon. And we now invite you for lunch downstairs, if you still have the time. Thank you very much.